all got one thing, takes us where we need. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I've been dreaming for so long, time to wake up and make it happen. Forget yesterday. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Tables are turning, my heart's been burning ever since I could remember. Used to sleep on the cold ground, dreaming about right now. Yeah. So I'm gonna live my life, spending every day doing what I like. I'm too young to waste my time thinking about tomorrow's not my vibe. So come on, enjoy the ride. Come on, we up all night, don't care if it's rain or shine. Long as I'm alive, I feel like I'm in paradise. I feel like I'm in paradise. I can break the mold. I can break the mold. I can break the mold, yeah. Fire in my soul. Fire in my soul. I'm not here for a long time. Life is too short to worry about it. Time to let it go. So I'm gonna live my life, spending every day doing what I like. I'm too young to waste my time thinking about tomorrow's not my vibe. So come on, enjoy the ride. We up all night, don't care if it's rain or shine. Long as I'm alive, I feel like I'm in paradise. So I'm gonna live my life, spending every day doing what I like. I'm too young to waste my time thinking about tomorrow's not my vibe. So come on, enjoy the ride. We up all night, don't care if it's rain or shine. Long as I'm alive, I feel like I'm in paradise. I feel like I'm in paradise. I feel like I'm in paradise. Tables are turning, my heart's been burning ever since I could remember. Used to sleep on the cold ground, dreaming about right now. I feel like I'm in paradise. I feel like I'm in paradise.
I know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if I like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if I like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. not get wasted all the time. But for the moment, I'm alright. Because I feel so alive. Yeah.
dreaming places you've never been? What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I wanna take it all. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? all got one thing, takes us where we need. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I've been dreaming for so long, time to wake up and make it happen. Forget yesterday. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Tables are turning, my heart's been burning ever since I could remember. Used to sleep on the cold ground, dreaming about right now. Yeah. So I'm gonna live my life, spending every day doing what I like. I'm too young to waste my time thinking about tomorrow's not my life. So come on, enjoy the ride. Come on, we up all night, don't care if it's rain or shine. Long as I'm alive, I feel like I'm in paradise. I feel like I'm in paradise. I can break the mold. I can break the mold. I can break the mold, yeah. Fire in my soul. Fire in my soul. I'm not here for a long time. Life is too short to worry about it. Time to let it go. So I'm gonna live my life, spending every day doing what I like. I'm too young to waste my time thinking about tomorrow's not my life. So come on, enjoy the ride. We up all night, don't care if it's rain or shine. Long as I'm alive, I feel like I'm in paradise. So I'm gonna live my life, spending every day doing what I like. I'm too young to waste my time thinking about tomorrow's not my life. So come on, enjoy the ride. We up all night, don't care if it's rain or shine. Long as I'm alive, I feel like I'm in paradise. I feel like I'm in paradise. I feel like I'm in paradise. Tables are turning, my heart's been burning ever since I could remember. Used to sleep on the cold ground, dreaming about right now. I feel like I'm in paradise. I feel like I'm in paradise.
I know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, give it different like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping now. I don't wanna grow up.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
All right, everybody, it's time to rise and shine. Brawlhalla Winter Championships is back. It is the Australia edition, of course, as we start off this weekend here on this Friday, where we already have pretty much our Final Four ready to go, and we're going to be following up on what was an incredible singles week last week, and we are going into the void. We are already started the day off where I must tell you that I am a simulation. I am not real. This is just the emptiness. But I am Ajax, and I'm once again back here on the desk with Duke.
Yeah, it's been, of course, as dramatic as that background was, a dramatic day so far. Some of those big names that we're used to seeing in the Australian region, not doing so hot right now. We're also seeing some kind of new bloods come in, which is always one of those interesting things that comes with, like, Australia, Southeast Asia, and South America, these regions where there's, like, a couple of big names, but a lot of people right underneath them ready to go. And so it's always really cool to see. And, of course, kind of like I mentioned, today's Australia. We've got Southeast Asia right afterwards, EU, South America after that. And then, of course, we got North America.
Yeah, I mean, you alluded into those big names too, and usually in this position we would be talking about something like Asmodeus. Well, that's not the case right now, as they actually weren't able to get into the winner's side of their qualifiers in the winner's quarters. They actually got sent down into the elimination side where they had to take on Kyler Alice and Ket, so they actually fall at 7th. And that pushes the Asmodee versus Asmodee also versus Jizzy and Xander right now to just try and get into Final Four. But on the winner's side, which actually just finished, they haven't dropped the game in a while.
Wow.
That is now 9 games straight that they have won, so it looks like they're doing just fine. But on the other side of things, you have in the winners finals, Vay, Hipka, Doggo, and Zach.
Yeah, no surprise to see Vay and Hipka, of course, one of the more established teams in the Australian region. Definitely a powerhouse team. Of course, coming in today, seeing them in the top 4 already, I was like, yeah, no surprise to see. On the other side, Doggo, very interesting pickup here with Zach DeBoss. Not overly familiar with the name. I'm not sure if you have a lot of information behind it, but as far as I'm concerned, that is a relative unknown.
So I remember seeing Zach at, I believe it was Autumn's, had a pretty solid performance. I don't remember the overall performance though, and this is definitely the first time I've seen Doggo and Zach making it this far. But it's Doggo, so you have a good lead at that position anyway, so you should be feeling pretty good. That said, we talk about the previous championships last week at Winters. Somebody had an incredible run in that tournament from the elimination side. That was Hipka. So they're on the winner's side at this point. One of the things that we pointed out a ton was Hipka's defense as the matches progressed got better and better, and it became more impossible to hit. And now you're putting that in a twos environment with somebody else who you can take that defense, toss them over your teammate, and let them score.
Yeah, and I guess it is worth mentioning, of course, today is all about doubles. It's all about that team play. We got all the singles out of the way. Those people are getting their flights ready to come over for the Royales. But this weekend is all about that doubles action. And one of the big things coming into this weekend that I've been seeing all across the social medias, and again, I acknowledge my social media might be a little bit North American biased, is a lot of people talking about this comp that specifically is like cross plus thing. A lot of people are like, cross is the big target, the big thing that if you're not running it, you're probably doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah, I've seen particularly Sandstorm talking about that as well, referencing it to some other characters who were very dominant in twos formats. And when I read that one, I was like, no shot, right? But then when you look at it, you see what Cross brings to the table. It's not only the KO power, but the ability to do what we said, line it up for your teammates, set them up for KOs. So the fact that you have so much range to cover, and then you could also burst in with gauntlets, you're usually pretty good at all times. So I am definitely not too surprised to see something like that. Of course, we're talking about, again, Vay and Hipka, who are the #1 and 2 PRs of the 2v2s in Australia. So they can pretty much throw together whatever they want and make it kind of work. I'm curious to see what Doggo and Zach are going to bring to the table to try and beat that.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be really interesting to see what kind of things people decide to bring out in general. Of course, when it comes to Australia and the character comps in singles, we didn't see that much gauntlets. We didn't see that much cross. So it is going to be curious to see, like, is this specifically, like, maybe that's why he picked up Zach DeBoss, because he might be the best cross in the region. I don't know. But Doggo isn't really known for having gauntlets. He's not really known for being that cross player. So it is going to be a little bit interesting. Of course, I could just cheat and look at the characters locked in right now, but, like, where's the fun in that?
Yeah, actually, I got thrown off because we have the this one over here with the bracket up.
Yeah,
so
they moved all our screens around.
Well, hey, production, give me my big screen, okay? I like being able to see the big players. But we, of course, have them locking in for looks of things. It seems like we got Sidra and Hattori. Sidra and Hattori on one side, which of course that's a great two-piece. Hattori has just always been a great, not only setter, but speed is king in fighting games, platformers, anything. It doesn't matter. It's always king. So having someone like Hattori who can just blitz around the stage, set you up for Sidra, who's either going to catch you with the big neutral stakes from sword or just blast you away with cannon with that ground pound, you are not in for a good time. So I think this is a pretty solid core going up against him.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Again, Vey and Hipka coming in top PRs of the region. Like, it's kind of hard to do wrong. Coming in with his double Orion, definitely going to be really interesting. I can't really remember if this is what they've been running for a long time or if this is something new to today.
I think we just, the classic saying of spin the win, it just is just like ringing in my ears right now. Not only on the Nair, even with the neutral air getting a slight distance decrease, we talked about that last week, but it gets brought up all the time, but it bears repeating. D-Sig on Spirit is so good, and when you have something like with one of them on Lance to just get that side air, push them right into that D-Sig, or actually just neutralize for that matter, you're going to line it up. But we start things off here, winners, finals time. We got the double Orion versus the Sidra and the Hattori on the other side.
One thing that really stands out about this Orion comp is Doggo decides to fly really far to the left side. He's good right now. Wait, nope. He might be having some connection issues. We are just inside the 10-second mark, so I'm not sure what will happen. I think they're going to try to play this out.
Yeah, it's
definitely a little awkward start, though.
Yeah, Vey's still sitting over on the right, and they're not engaging, so at the moment it could be them just trying to set up a reset. But, oh, well, actually, see, they hit each other and then they dip away. So I never know if is this just Australia neutral?
Like, is this the play style, or is
this the key? Is this the unlocked neutral of Australia? It looks like it. Actually, it does seem like the gameplay is going off.
Oh, is Zaktabos a rename of Raigunda's? Because I'm seeing the RYG, and Raigunda's is definitely a known name.
Okay, that would make a whole lot more sense, to be completely honest. I mean,
it's like PR number 11. He's got to like have done something, but doesn't matter as the NSIC hits for Hipka. All right, we got the juggles coming in on the double Orion's recovery as Zaktabos gets launched out there. So far, slight advantage to Hipka and Vey as the side air takes out another blue team member.
Yeah, try to catch him with the D-Sig over on the side. Meanwhile, I really, I always enjoy watching the way that they keep the blue team stuck in the air. Obviously, it's Lance, so you're going to be avoiding Nair 10 times throughout the entirety of one stock. But the fact that they were able to separate the two of them and allow a power play over on the left, essentially, it's very, very needed, and that's a big reason why they're so consistent. But at the moment, the red team holding on pretty well here, Duke, to the first stocks.
Yeah, they're definitely holding on. Oh, that's the NSIG.
I am so sorry.
Almost got the double. I love the angle on that one. Downlight recovery, still not enough. Orion with just a little bit too much defense for this blue team, but they finally clean up the stock.
That's they're going to go ahead and get the job done right there. Both of them just trying to get some damage on, but Hipka, I mean, there it is again. Hipka's defense is just so crucial to the success of that team. Of course, you got Vey who could just capitalize at any given point in time. They have the Spear and the Lance, always shifting between the two. They don't ever have the same ones, prevents that same weapon DI. And at the moment, it's looking like Zaktabos is kind of waking up a bit. I haven't really seen him hit in quite some time.
Yeah, he's definitely been struggling a little bit. Honestly, I think he's been doing a little bit better than Doggo, though, all things considered. But Doggo gets a nice read there. Saw him go for that gravity cancel sidelight, reading Vey moving through him. So getting some good damage built up. There's potential here for the blue team to steal back the lead.
This is a big opportunity right here. Here goes Doggo on the side. He does miss out, but he does follow up right there. Gets that Nair, goes for the weapon toss now, tries to get them down air, but everybody getting hit in the midst of that. There goes Zaktabos to make sure that it was the blue team instead that came out on top.
I really love the target swapping that came out of Doggo there. He hit the end line on one of the two Orions and then immediately naired the other one who was flying right over him. Really good kind of awareness coming out from Doggo as he sees Vey is the most damaged. He's looking for the KO and he'll find it with the Nair.
All right, there's that again. Zaktabos has just been so good on defense since like stock one. At the beginning, he got hit quite a bit, but since, you know, he is currently in the red, but it took a long time to get here, and he's going to keep trying to extend this. Meanwhile, they're going for a big play over on the side, trying to get an early Sair onto Doggo. Doggo does get around, but this is not all of a sudden looking that good, even though that's going to be a stock loss. Look at how much damage got put on the Doggo in the midst of that.
Yeah, that's a really tough spot to be in. He is now the main target of the red team. He has to avoid all of these big side airs that come out from both of these Orions, as it's now on Zaktabos to try to be in the middle of all that, but the team combo comes out and they separate just in time.
And sometimes it's the plays that don't happen that people don't realize. If you don't see that side air come out from Vey, just to cover that distance, that D-Light from Hipka doesn't get to really continue. So he kept Doggo away, but there's still an even game. This is a lot closer than it seems all of a sudden. That Sair's going to push him deep off stage. Very close.
Got interrupted. He had the downlight. That's a true combo option there, but Zach DeBoss hits a downlight side air. Doggo avoids the dare. You see the stars come out, and Hipka's going down, and so does Vey. That is a KO and a win.
Doggo with the clutch play right there, reversing that. He was off stage for most of that, like last minute to two of the game, but all it took was one mistake. I believe it was Vey who was off stage with them. I'm pretty sure we're going to see that right here. Oh, this is what I was talking about before. That's Sair. You saw the separation, but oh, it was Hipka. Hipka getting caught, going underneath. You have to fade back no matter what because Weapon Toss is in the way, but he was already ripped out. That's a free side air, and that's the blue team taking the game from what looked like was it going to be their game for a second.
Yeah, it definitely looked very early on like a Vey and Hipka game. They had those early stocks, they had a lot of momentum, and you saw it kind of wrestle back from Doggo and Zach DeBoss. A lot of it, again, I want to give credit to Zach DeBoss. He was the one who was really controlling the pacing. You saw Doggo do some of these big plays with the cannon, and it's really good that he was able to get those dodge reads, but on the other side, Zach DeBoss is the one who, kind of like we mentioned, he's able to control a lot of the pacing within this two space and then also set up.
Yeah, but he picked it up right at the moment where he needed to, too, because I know we brought it up a couple times, but if he doesn't pick it up after that first stock, the game starts to derail. And like I said, also now that we know it's Red Gun, things make so much more sense. But they're looking really good here. That is already 1 point on the board for them. We're going to go over to Apocalypse. So just a slight difference in blast zone size, of course, and that's going to help a bit in terms of survivability. But they didn't really get knocked out off the top, to be honest, most of the time. It was usually off the sides.
Yeah, definitely a lot of horizontal KOs. A lot of it being Zach DeBoss coming in, getting those downlight side airs in particular. And those were incredibly effective as the anchor catches his teammate there from Doggo.
That was just a warning, like, yo, no. That's my target. Okay, go over there, sit down. That D-Sig is going to separate them. That's a good reversal Sair from Hipka. They had an opportunity to try and pressure Right Gun. I see now I'm doing it. Zach DeBoss. But the soft platform moved just enough away to give him a landing.
And you see Hipka got the combo. He got that N-Sig to finish it off, and then he backed away. He wanted the power play opportunity on Zach DeBoss as two side sigs come out, and Doggo can avoid both.
This is going to be a good dodge around the D-Sig as well. Meanwhile, neutral sig attempt over there on the side. That Sair will not be enough just yet. Here's an opportunity, though, on two of them. Weapon Toss down. Just to throw out the neutral sigs. My goodness, he literally grazed right underneath that.
Yeah, that's a very interesting usage of that N-Sig. Like, you'll see it a lot. Usually it's like Thatch players who want it to cover the corner, but Doggo's basically trying to force people to land right in front of him so you can go those D-Light nairs. Nice nair follow-up off of Zach DeBoss, and that's going to give the blue team a tiny lead here.
That was so good that we got to remind you, #PlayThatch. But right now, good attempt to try and go catch some early damage over on the side. Of course, that dare will not really lead to too much at that point. That Sair will go ahead and get the knockout. Actually, we're at a very close game here.
Definitely a couple of hit difference. It's super close. Could really go either direction. And Vey and Hipka need to start gathering the control of this one because it's been the blue team with the most of it.
You know, get you someone like Appa who just flies around while the world is ending in the background. Everybody's fighting each other, and he's just still just staying right there, just comfortable, ready to go. It's like, look, I got you, bro. Good.
Dude, honestly, I just want to give so much credit to Australia for bringing back the flying bisons. Appa was the last of them, and now we've got two. So, like, clearly the populations are coming back.
You know what? Kudos to them. They do have quite a few unique animals over there for sure. But I am very curious how Zach gets out of this situation.
Doggo's trying to get the room,
but that doesn't lead to enough. Doggo unarmed has to deal with two of them in the way. Does sneak his way back on, but nothing really comes of it.
Yeah, Vey and Hipka really backed away. They didn't want to mess with that 1v2 off stage. Instead, they're like, come back up. We have potential for some team combos, but Zach DeBoss sneaks in there, gets the downlight recovery off the soft platform, keeps this one even.
And Doggo's basically been the damage setter, and Zach DeBoss has been the ace of the staff. He's making sure that he gets these closeouts when you need it. Going up there again, tripling up on the nairs to try and get that damage going. Sair won't be enough still on Doggo.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how much aerial movement is on the map, and it's really Zach DeBoss who's flying the highest right now. He is trying to stay in the sky to get these vertical knockouts.
It's like, come up here. Please, come up here. I dare you. And they realized, no, that is not. Actually, no, they're still going to do it.
Anchor.
This is a bad spot for Hipka. No wall touch. And now, all of a sudden, Vey's forced to fight the 2v1.
Yeah, and there's 3 stocks left on the blue team. Even if Doggo loses this stock, he's got another one behind it. Not Anchor, the Cannonball thrown out, and it's not going to work out for him as Vay sneaks under, hits that down heavy.
Gets in, gets the weapon, but now you're in a spot where basically any side lights you commit to are going to get punished. Anything you do off of a D light is probably going to get punished. So you have to go for, yeah, you have to basically space out a side air. Or that works. That separates the two of you. Do you find a side air? No, instead you're going to get recovered. Won't be enough just yet, but good job at least separating them.
Yeah, there aren't too many low active frame moves on the spear to get away with the 1v2, and Doggo picks up the downlights there to give them 2-0 lead over Vay and Hipka, the top players in doubles in Australia.
Yeah, the biggest thing, like you said, is there's a lot of commitment to anything you do with spear. Lance, I mean, has commitment as well, but the most linear option you could do is Sair or something along the line. You try to desig attempt. He got it with the side sig. That threw me off too. But you have to hope to separate them and get them apart. And if you're Doggo, you know the target is Zach the whole time. So you just wait for that one attempt. You send them back off stage. It's fine. Zach doesn't go down yet. You continue to pressure. Still a 2v1. That was really good on them to make sure that didn't derail when he did finally get that hit.
Yeah, really well done, again, on both sides, because, like, again, Doggo knowing he has the extra stock knows he can play a little bit more aggressive, and then on the other side, Zach DeBoss knowing he's the more damage between the two of them, needs to play a little bit further back, something that he can do with that high movement speed as well. So he can play further back and then run in when he needs to. And right now, Zach DeBoss and Doggo are 1 game away from knocking out our top seed.
I had to take a look because of how good they're playing right now, how their bracket run has been so far. They have dropped a collective total of 2 individual games, and those 2 games went to Asmodee and Elsem. So that makes perfect sense, and that's that's how Asmodee and Elsem are in the elimination side of bracket right now. So they have just been cruising, and so far, even when things are looking kind of good for the red team, it's always the blue team who's able to kind of just bear down first and get the job done.
Yeah, they've been really good at taking back those leads. And now we're going over to Miami Dome for game number 3 as Zach DeBoss again with this verticality, playing the recoveries, trying to throw out those nairs. Yeah,
I'm always a fan of, to be honest, whenever we see like double spears counter pick over to Miami Dome at some point, usually when we see a comeback, it ends up being on here because they control so much range. That said, that hasn't really mattered because Zach is just playing that much different, but that ground pound might get him something out of that. Good recovery save though from Doggo. If Doggo doesn't get there, Zach goes down.
That was some fantastic save work and a fantastic KO that happened just before it. Doggo had the sidelight side air to give themselves that stock advantage, and then he immediately goes down, hits the moves that he needs to hit, and then Zach DeBoss takes that lead spot and starts hitting away Vay so they can get back up safely. Again, the save from Doggo.
That was so good. And Doggo's defense as well, even on that spot dodge to get out of there and to avoid that neutral light. Doggo's, I mean, we talked a lot about that defense before. Doggo does fall and get caught by a ground pound, but Doggo's defense picked it up a ton too over the past couple games.
Yeah, this is definitely showing like why these are a 2's team. They've got that synergy, they've got that follow-up, and they've, of course, been able to save each other so many times as Doggo, again, trying to just split this red team apart. You see him throwing one to the right.
They were scrapping for a minute there. But, I mean, you have to, too. It's at that point where you have to swing big to hopefully get one of these knockouts. You have, of course, Vay sitting on borrowed time. Hipka's also sitting on borrowed time, which is not a common statement we usually give. And it's also basically one good hit away from being on one last stock, which there he goes, Duke.
Yeah, he is going to eventually lose that stock, and Vay does lose his as well. Slight stock, or sorry, actually just basically a full stock advantage over to the blue team.
I think the main win con, and it's the most obvious win con here, but the main win con is you need to get a 2v1 play onto Zach DeBoss. I want to say regular so bad.
Yeah.
You have to get it because that's your lightest target. That's your best opportunity to maybe sneak away an early KO. But I think that Doggo kind of caught onto that first, got hit quite a bit for it, but it's just body blocking right now.
I mean, that used to be like one of the strategies against this 2's comp is to try to take out Zach DeBoss early and then push that lead as long as you can. But right now, looks like they're trying to play that edge guard against Doggo, but they can't get more out of it.
Not too much that could really happen there. Both of them were on a soft platform, so even with that whiff, there's nothing you do to get over there to get that quick enough. Meanwhile, here goes Zach.
He's in position.
Does get the wall touch. So does Vay, who was actually in a weird spot there. That's going to be a decent, though. Could go ahead and get one. Can they get Doggo as well? That would be so big for them right now. That actually would put them in the lead.
Dude, they're really hunting for this KO. You can see so many ground pounds thrown out from Vey. Side sig connects onto Zach DeBoss, though. Hipka, though, starting to get more damage built up. The side air connects. Blue team starting to fall apart here as the red team has evened it up, and they've got the lead.
Hipka got six straight hits without being completely uncontested there, and 2 of them were D6. So, like, Hipka definitely waking up here, gives them the lead. Zach all of a sudden in a bad spot. That's a separation right there of Vey, but it doesn't matter. Their damage is getting done.
But they do take out Vey, and now Hipka needs to survive this edge guard. Ground pound doesn't connect for Doggo, and Zach DeBoss doesn't cover high enough.
Yeah, that was a really good route that he took there. After that ground pound, avoiding the slide cancel detail to try and just get something going. But D-Light recovery is that dangerous zone soon. I mean, Zach has already shown he'll hide up in the skies the entire time. But Zach actually getting caught with a pogo. Here comes the ground pound, misses out. Zach in a very weird position as Zach actually falls. So now Doggo has to deal with the 2v1.
And Doggo tried to convert that into at least a trade out, but Hipka was right above, and he didn't want to overcommit on this edge guard. Red team gonna back away, just control that main stage as Doggo has to play a little aggressive. He's likely looking for Hipka, but Hipka's not even in downlight recovery territory just yet.
Yeah, I did actually really like the weapon lineup that was going for Doggo too, because of the fact that you have sword, and I don't think you're gonna get off sword right now. You need the quick hits, you need things like Nair just to rack up damage, and but at the moment, currently getting pogoed, and that's 2 spears to get around. How did you do it? How did you do it? Again, he keeps sneaking by.
You know, some good movement coming out from Doggo, picked the right positioning, but can't avoid it forever as the side sig connects, and Vey and Hipka put themselves on the board.
I'm not gonna lie, that one felt personal. That was like, all right, buddy, and it just rolled right through, caught up with the side sig to close it out. But when somebody's being super evasive on you for a good amount of time, and you're just done with it, that one felt personal. So that also does give them another game loss. We said it before, they have not dropped pretty much any other than one of the teams we expect to be in the category to win it all, and the other opposing team to that, they were up 2-0 at that point.
Yeah, well, now Vey and Hipka have to try to win 2 more if they want to go into the grand finals and guarantee a top 2 finish. Doggo and Zach DeBoss, they, interestingly enough, like, I think game 1 and game 2, they were playing from behind at the start. Game 3, it looked like they were playing from ahead, and then it fell apart, which is
like, I can
really
actually, I can pinpoint the exact moment too, because I decided to take a look over here and look at how little damage Vey took at this point. Oh, excuse me, wrong one. That was Hipka who took little damage here. But Vey did 675 compared to everyone else's about 500. So Vey picked it up a ton to make sure that they were able to seal the deal. And part of that was Vey's amazing coverage that he had on Zach. Because we mentioned before, the obvious thing is to go after Zach. But the obvious play sometimes is the most optimal. And that's a big reason why they got that game.
Well, now we're seeing blue team try to play a little bit more team focused, right? A little bit of sandwich attempt, but not really getting a lot there. You see a couple of neutral lines, but nothing else. So far, damage rates have been relatively even.
Yeah, very straightforward. Just side airs, side air Nair, making an attempt to try and catch him in a neutral sig, but doesn't really lead to anything. That was a solid punish, but does not lead to the knockout on Zach. Zach's got to be careful in these scrambles more often. Before, the defense on Zach was immaculate, and now Doggo and Zach are both getting caught a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that is one thing that's rough about the Hattori, right? Base 4 defense, so she is relatively squishy, but the dodge read from Doggo means that it won't matter. There's one less threat on the board for a little bit here.
Doggo has been really picking it up so much over these last few games, and that's the big thing with twos. You got to rely on your teammate, but however, that is both of them taking a trip outside of the blast zone at the same exact time, and Vey, much like the last game, continuing to just be like the strong point the red team needs right now.
Yeah, Vey's definitely been holding it down in these last 2 games for this red team. Doggo going for the same dodge read there, was expecting Hipka to come back down to him.
They try to get a Nair to separate them. You saw that Hipka's positioning was there too. If the Nair got sent back in, it would have been a free D-Light, but instead, Vey blew up. Vey exploded off the top. But now it's, again, a very close game. These stocks matter a ton right now, because this is the difference between feeling super pressured on last stock to try and force a game 5 or feeling comfortable with the lead you have. And it's as even as it could get.
Oh man, Vey actually went for a follow-up there off of Hipka's downlight side air on the spear. He was launching it over to the teammate. And Vey was ready, but he just didn't quite have the positioning for it. He's still utilizing those side airs. That's one thing that's really nice about Lance and Twos. Like, it's not really a combo weapon, but it just kind of forces the opponents really far away.
Exactly, and you always have to like fear the burst, no matter what. Like the potential of that burst range of the spear. And you're right on the point, the fact that Vey hasn't really dropped a lot of follow-ups. So the fact that he's starting to drop some right now is huge, but that it's a big anti-air. Meanwhile, they got them over on side. No power play though, because Zach just stares him out.
Man, they're all hunting for that KO. So many people deep red, but it's going to be Zach to boss first win of all. Nice spot dodge from Doggo, leaves him in position to hit that down air. But still, look at Vey's health in comparison. He is holding it down for the red team.
Yeah, and also Doggo was holding it for a good bit there too. If does finally fall, I do like.
Team Go.
Doesn't get the extra follow-up right there. Doesn't matter that they got the damage. As long as you're getting damage on the board, that's what matters. But said it before, I gotta say it again. Vey's defense is really big right now. It's gotta be on Hipka, who's usually the defensive all-star, to pick this up.
I think what Hipka's doing is fine as long as he's starting to hit those follow-ups, right? Just let Vey be that kind of aggressor, that one who's just creating those moments. And then as long as you're keeping those moments going, you're doing good. But right now, he's got to avoid getting knocked out. Vey's the one who gets back down to the stage.
Yeah, there's always the fear of that cannon running around right now, too. There we go. That's going to go ahead and get one on the board. They have an opportunity here to go after Hipka. Misses out on the neutral stick. Hipka gets over the soft platform immediately to try and minimize anything that can happen. And now one stock apiece here, game 4.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate timing. Doggo set up for Raigundas, but Raigundas was doing the weapon swap, so he just wasn't ready. That was some stars coming out, but the save from Zach to boss, and the N-Sig's not going to hit for Raigundas. So many people in the red.
D-Sig accidentally sending Hipka outside of stage, so that puts an opportunity for them to get some damage onto Vey. Vey taking more and more hits as the time is going. Doggo is going to get the recovery. Won't be enough just yet.
Doggo is hunting down Vey, the less damage between the two of them. Very interesting that he doesn't want to try to take out Hipka first.
Yeah, I feel like that would be like a big primary target considering he's been the one on the most damage so far. But the side air will get Zach, and now Doggo sitting on last stock needs to try and take out at least one of them. You have cannon, you can get the job done, but that is a big whiff punish, and we're looking at what could possibly be a game 5.
He didn't do it! He didn't stare! He has horizontal movement, but he thought he was going to touch the wall, and instead he falls. Vey and Hipka are bringing this one to game 5.
I felt so much pain in your voice.
I've been there though, like, you know, like, you're like, I'm gonna touch it. I'll just hold left. It's fine.
I got it. I don't got it. I didn't get it. And now all of a sudden we're in the last one here. I mean, the weapon toss came through, forced to recover high.
Just say
fearful of the idea. Yeah, you get. Yeah.
one Sarah and it would have been fine, but. You know what? He tried to go by the narrow margins there. Look at the stat screen for doubles.
Yeah, this is that game was significantly closer.
There's no way that's real.
So it
no
was
shot. Oh, 161 light attacks. I thought that was 161 SIGs from Zach
no.
No.
Here you can see. Look at the graphs right there. The first look at this graph of the day. That was a very, very close game defense-wise, but also damage-wise. Vey once again sporting almost 700 points again, but this time Doggo picked it up by adding almost to 600, and both Hipka and Zach were doing fine with the range that they did, but Hipka doing about 100 less compared to the previous game. So Hipka, while was able to set up a ton for Vey, I feel like Vey wasn't able to really establish too much on-stage pressure because most of it was time spent trying to help Hipka. However, that is not the end of it because it is game number 5. It's kind of what we expect between these two caliber of teams. One of these two gets that comfortable spot in the winner's side of Grants.
And we're seeing Doggo make the swap. Despite the fact that he put out 300 plus damage in the last game with Cannon, he said no more Cannon time. It's time for Katars. 2 very tiny weapons that are nothing like cannons.
It is all about the narrative, so we must make sure that Qatar show up on the top 3 graphic. That's all he's doing. But this is a very interesting change for sure. I feel like the Sidra was just... I mean, just to put it plainly, I felt like the Sidra was doing just fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, also, again, like, you have options if you're like, okay, I really want Katars. Lin Fei exists. You could have Qatar Cannon. Or if you want just, like, higher hitting, higher damage Cannon, you could have gone to, like, a Zol. But either way, you know what? It's down to what Doggo wants to play here in game number 5. And they do have that tiny damage lead. They just need to find those finishing blows.
True enough, everybody's spending a lot of time looking at the brand new real estate that is on the left side of the screen. Meanwhile, great punish there from Zach, so that's going to get them to strike first, and most importantly, that was on Vey first.
I really thought that that was going to be a misstep from Zach DeBoss throwing it to the right side just because like that was such a far distance he was throwing his opponent, but ended up working out. Enough damage was on top of the red team, but they're keeping this stock count even.
Here goes Doggo trying to recover safely. That's a stuffed recovery, but nobody really there to get a punish because Zach just recovered in time to kind of allow them to have to change their focus. Zach's still completely unarmed, so can't really do too much to help, as that's going to be a knockout onto Doggo.
I love the coverage coming out from Vey there to cover low as Doggo was looking for the punish there. Hipka holding down the stocks this time for the red team, but the blue team is hunting for it. So many recoveries thrown out.
I am, by the way, very sad. They were cooking something fierce, and we didn't get to see it. I was ready to eat, and that did not. They did not cook properly. The food is raw. That neutralize should be enough. That is going to be enough. Meanwhile, Vey just fighting for dear life over there on the side again. This is a very rare occasion where Vey is the one who's being threatened to get knocked out first here again in this game 5. But that was such an amazing coverage, and all of a sudden, that statement doesn't matter that much anymore.
I mean, that's one thing that's really, really nice about Orion is he can throw those N-SIGs and just cover the entirety of the wall, and Zach DeBoss had nowhere to touch. You saw the dominating come out from Vey, which means that he's gotten 3 KOs on the second stock.
I really want to know how much time Zach has spent in the skies, by the way, but that is going to be a knockout off the top right there. Doggo, weapon toss down.
Nice.
D-Light ground pound, and there goes the save attempt, but he still gets in.
That?
Oh my god, I thought he did it. I thought it wasn't going to happen. So all of a sudden, Hipka is still back in here on the second stock.
I need a slow-mo of that one. I don't know if he touched with that N-SIG, like it got him just high enough. Because like I swear he was sweat beating for a hot second there.
I agree. I thought that was forfeit, but it's going to be a Sarah from Zach. Now all of a sudden, Doggo sitting on 2, everybody else sitting on 1. Doggo, however, in a weird spot, does get back on.
Yeah, Zach DeBoss giving him some reprieve so he could get back safely. But really, Zach DeBoss needs to play that survival game. If he gets taken out, Doggo has to 1v2, which is so hard to do.
They're trying to make it to the final season here. The recovery is going to add a little bit more damage on the Vey. Vey just trying to get into the fight, but every time he goes into the fight, it doesn't lead to much. He does get a punish follow-up on the recovery. They get Zach off stage. There is an opportunity to put some damage on Doggo, but they realize Doggo is just in a good spot, and D-Sig will knock him out. Doggo forced the fight to 2v1.
Yeah, Vey slightly more damage, but again, not quite in that downlight recovery range that you want to have your opponents in when you're the one doing the 1v2. So he's going to have to add up some damage here as he's got 1 stock left to play with.
Ground pound comes through. Like you said, it's not done yet for anybody who might be rooting for the blue team, because that is a decent amount of damage on the Vey. Hipka is not completely uncheckable too, but your main target, of course, is Vey in the back. That's, of course, if you can ever get to a weapon.
Oh my goodness, Hipka has stolen out so many weapons. He's doing such a good job of doing these up tosses to try to just control airspace. Doggo finally gets a weapon. He didn't take too much damage in his scrap for it, but he's stuck on this right side wall. Does not want to get caught in that sandwich there.
This is exactly what you needed. It's what worked earlier on the Sidra too. The sword was the game plan. Will it be enough here on the Suri? But we are looking at not the best position. That's a separation. Trying to go for the reversal to get him away. That allows Vey to get back on.
Oh, he catches the jump. Doggo cannot afford to get caught like that. Sweat beat's coming out. He can't touch back, and Vey and Hipka hold on in game 5. They're going to grand finals.
Reverse 3-0 has been finished. They were down 2 full games to the blue team, who were playing phenomenally up to that point, and they still played phenomenally as well in the follow-up matches, but it was on Vey and Hipka to pick it up, and they sure did. The first couple games were definitely to Vey, who was able to put on a lot of damage, able to get themselves back into the game, but it was that last one where Hipka brought it back up, was able to pick it up a ton on defense, but also those edge guards mattered so much. And a crucial play point in all of this is that somehow, some way, Hipka ended up touching the wall. That was going to be a full stock difference, and instead Hipka got out, and it actually ended up leading to an edge guard on Zach. That completely shifted like the whole tone of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if we bring up the graph again, you can kind of see like the second Zach DeBoss fell off, it was just like, all right, there's just so much work that has to be done there. There you see, in like right in the middle there, that's Zach DeBoss, who just kind of falls off, and again, you're seeing like the curve of Vay and Hipka's stocks, it just flattens out. It's so much harder for the damage to be put out for Doggo.
Exactly, and that was, again, still immaculately played. Second counter pick, honestly, I don't think it made too much of a difference. I think the Katars were doing just fine, so it wasn't one of those things where we could pinpoint it like, you should have stayed on Sidra. No, it worked. It worked fine. Doggo, of course, was the one in the end of the fight. It was just Zach's immaculate defense at the start. It's a best of 5. Eventually, somebody might figure it out, and that's exactly what they did. They were able to finally deal with Zach, and that now sent them down to the limb side where, congratulations, you have the running rampage of Asmodee and Elsem, who just won't drop a game down there waiting for you potentially after this match.
Yeah, I mean, they're currently sitting in top 4. They've earned their spot to go up against Moxie Z and V Roscoe. Interesting names. I don't actually know a lot about them, so I'm going to buy time for you to look it up.
let me do the searchy stuff.
But they had to
don't
make
put it on me. I'm looking up things. Leave me alone.
they definitely had to make a lower bracket
Pressure.
run. You saw them. Apparently, they 3-1'd Beware of Chair and his teammate, and then they 3-1 Fi and Shadow, who came in on the top side of top 8. So definitely a strong team coming out from Moxie and V Roscoe.
Yeah, and this is PR's number 23 and 28 up at this point. So they are on a phenomenal run through all of this. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the remaining schedule, by the way. We were alluding to this a second ago. Winners finals was determined, so that now put Vay and Hipka in the most comfortable position you could be in a bracket, that cushion of an extra round in grands, guaranteeing top 2. But we have to determine who will be finding the way up to them. Of course, like we said, we got Moxies and Roscoe versus Asmodee Elsem. Here in Elim semis and elimination finals will be the winner of this match goes up against Doggo and Zach the Boss. You know, they're feeling a little bit down from that previous match, but that is a dangerous threat. They've already beaten Asmodee and Elsem before, and the final round, of course, will be that grand finals match.
Yo, production, why is that just like a big zoom in on the random chest? On the like the TBD, y'all see that? It's just the random bots like just brah. That's weird.
Okay, can I blame? We're blaming V. Blame.
That's what they say. They say blame V.
I don't know who it is. I'm just blaming. But right now, of course, we're getting into this next one where we're gonna most likely be seeing the Hunin show up. It's not just a one show. It is a 2 show as well. As Modi has been able to show, of course. I mean, it's not a surprise. Bo working incredibly on this. We don't see too much Scythe in 2s all the time. Asmodee is one of those few people I feel very comfortable with seeing it there. And on the opposing side of that, what do we got? We got. Ooh, all right. So
we got Rayman Ragnar.
All right, one half of that got me excited. Ragnar is there, and then
that's just y'all just love lying to us. That's a Cross and Zariel
that is
versus a Snake Eyes and Sidra.
That is so completely not what we.
There you go.
Thank you. see, now they're gonna edit out all of that and show only that one spot. Yeah. All right, so we're getting into game number 1 here. This is something you started off the broadcast with bringing up, and here it is. We are going to see that Cross show up. Insert Cross V whoever, and it's a strong team.
Yo, but on the other side, though, Moxie coming in here with the Snake Eyes, a.k.a. the Thatch crossover. He's going to be coming in with low defense, but the way he is zooming across the screen does not matter. He is basically untouched, and the Roscoe is literally untouched right now.
Yeah, this is a very explosive team when you think about it, especially from the signature kit. Imagine trying to get off the side of the stage against these two.
Don't go off stage. Like, you're going to have to get through 2 cannonballs.
The One Piece is real. Right now, we're dealing with some very scary positions for them at the moment. Of course, that is going to be a big whip punish right there. That they're getting heavily punished by the Thatch recovery, and that actually puts them in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Elsem's the one who's coming in playing that cross, but he hasn't been really effective. Like, this has been the blue team just running all over them. Team combo comes out, and Elsem out on the right side, trying to get back. You see Moxie giving them a lot of breathing room, but it looked like a fake out, maybe looking for the 1v2 onto Asmodee.
Okay, all right. They might be making, like, super fans out of me. That is going to be a knockout there onto Moxie, but they're... Okay, all right. Now, because I became a fan, they want to lose. It's 49ers all over again. But they were looking very good up to that point. They already have a decent amount of damage already on the cross, too, so they're looking pretty good to start. But this has been an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of... par for the course when you have these like really low-seeded teams go up against a high-seed team is sometimes they come out swinging, they have this like really big burst of energy, but the question is, can they maintain it against this powerhouse team of Asmodee and Elsem?
That is very, very true, because the surprise tactics will usually only last a game or 2, but the teams who make it to the top of the podium for a good reason are able to dissect what went wrong fast. So that a very aggressive playstyle you have, can you replicate that neutral game for each match? And so far, they at least have a very good start here in the first game.
But Elsem trying to bring this one back. You can see him trying to play a little bit more of a survival game, using those blasters, that long range to space out, throws out a side sig, but does not get punished for it.
As Modi kind of hovering the side of the stage, gonna go ahead and separate them. Actually getting, ended up hitting Elsem in the midst of that, but not too much actually leading on there. Still somehow, talk about the low defense stats, but look how long Moxie's been surviving. Probably gonna get knocked out immediately after I said that.
Almost.
Oh, never mind.
If Asmodee had hit the follow-up there, definitely could have been a KO. You can see Moxie utilizing those cannonballs, but everybody down to their final stocks. Eyes on Elsem, though. The cross is in the red.
Yeah, this is where the most clutch players will come out on top, and that is not the case, as he immediately gets weapons.
Right, I'm a
spawn
fan.
into
I'm a
GCD
fan.
Light Recovery. I'm telling yo, I am here for this.
Get the edge guard.
As Modi sneaks her way out of there, but this is a very bad spot. These two have been capitalizing heavy on all their combos.
Oh my gosh, this blue team has team combos on lock. I love that. Again, the pickup into immediate gravity cancel, downlight recovery. He knew his weapon, he knew his KO at the top, and he got it onto Elsem. And all right, they've taken a game off of this powerhouse team.
They put the foot down on the gas pedal, and they never let off of it. There's no breaks to be found in this match. They were going full speed ahead, and they were not ready for that. If I'm Asmodee and Elsem, I'm probably trying to find something that has at minimum one soft platform, not two. I felt like they were getting covered too heavily on that platform. And B, if you can try and widen the stage at all, it might help the survival rates, because from the start to the finish, Duke, it was just non-stop pressure over and over and over again, and to the point where it felt like anything they chose was going to get punished by one or the other, Moxie or Roscoe.
Yeah, you did see like a little bit of this slowdown start to come out. They started to figure out, okay, here's how I need to position to not get opened up by this blue team. But at the end of the day, like just the sheer momentum that they had, it was just like a runaway freight train, and you just had to try to get out of the way. It's so funny though, like again, like we talked about this narrative coming into today. If you look at this team of Asmodee and Elsem, that is like the meta team in other regions. You are 1000% gonna see this team in other regions.
Oh yeah.
And then you're coming in and you're seeing a Thatch on the other team in twos. Again, low defense, base 3 defense. Like that's insane to do, and he's doing it so well.
Yeah, this is definitely a precursor to something that we're going to be seeing throughout the weekend, absolutely. And also, I mean, a narrative we all kind of say is like, okay, Asmodee and Elsem, right? Who will they be fighting in Grands? That's kind of what it feels like sometimes with how strong that core is. But we're not even saying that right now. We're seeing Elim semis where they got sent down here already, and all of a sudden they're playing on defense here against this very unfamiliar team, which, like we said, it's best of 5, so you can figure out things maybe after game 1. What do you think they need to do to try and deal with that? Because that was very impressive gameplay at the start.
Well, it looks like Elsem going away from the meta over to the Hattoris, maybe something a little bit more comfortable for him, something a little bit more classic. This is like the OG original 2v2 character, is that Hattori used to see double Hattori all the time. And maybe that's what he's looking for. Maybe something that just like sets up a little bit better. We saw, of course, Zach DeBoss do really well with the Hattori earlier today.
I mean, also, I don't disagree with the high mobility might be the solution right now. I feel like they had no escape before. They just couldn't get out. But having Hattori is going to allow you to not only get in and help your teammate faster, as we're already seeing pretty much at the beginning here, Roscoe just doing their best to try and play the game. And so far, Elsem's not letting that happen.
Yeah, it looks like Elsem's like just got better responses. Like he's just finding a lot better hits as he gets the edge guard. Moxie fights his way up, but Asmodee with the character comes in, with the ground pound comes in for the target swap. And then it's now Moxie over to the left side, ground pound from Elsem.
The character do be swinging, and the red team did get the job done as that ground pound seals out the other one. So, I mean, already, not only does the Hattori look so much better, but it seems like Asmodee woke up too, is like, no. You are not styling on me here. That's not going to go down this way. So far, very not comfortable lead at the moment, but still definitely something you want to be careful for. That is a lot of damage on the Moxie, and that is again, this is completely different compared to the game one that we just saw.
Yeah, a 100% shift. Deep red on both of the red team members, though. There's still a chance here for the blue team members. Anchor not going to hit. There's the recovery coming out.
Sitting on deep red on both sides.
Okay.
There's going to be at least one.
Oh, 6 stock.
I know that with blue team's team combos, they could definitely sneak some out, but this is a huge ask right now. And as Modi separating them immaculately, going over there, D-Light recovery won't be enough just yet on Armageddon, but that does lead to a very good power play. They get a lot of stray hits on Moxie. Moxie hasn't really been playing the game here in game 2.
I mean, that's like the pitfall of playing Thatch, right? Is like you're a couple hits from getting into the red. Like, it's so easy to get knocked out. And again, in doubles, there's so many opportunities to get hit, but you're going to see Roscoe fall. Moxie left in the 1v2 against Elsem for a brief moment here. Gets the neutral light, but the wake up from Elsem, and Moxie might be done for.
Yeah, they all threw hands together, but it actually ended up leading to a better position for Elsem to try and close it out with that pogo. Won't be enough yet, and Neutralite is going to line up to another one. Good combo string, and they almost had an amazing finisher. That might have actually just knocked out Elsem if it was any closer.
I love the reposition that came out from Roscoe there. He made sure that he was aiming to the right to try to keep that combo going. Unfortunately, Moxo's going to fall, so the 2v1 combos are just not going to be there for the blue team for now, but the NSIG almost does it.
Very close. You needed that to go off right there because you needed that moment of reprieve to go and try and just deal with Elsem's stock. That recovery won't be enough. Of course, a little bit too low. That is a really bad spot to be in. Weapon toss down. Yeah, all you got to do is just go down there, challenge it, and that's going to give him that game. I will say at the very end of that game, my viewpoint of their potential of looking better in game 3 definitely shifted. They were the blue team woke up a ton, but the red team were just in the driver's seat the whole time. From the beginning, they were up about 4 stocks almost at one point. That was a massive
Dude, look at this
difference.
graph.
Bro, look at that, 323 and 309. They didn't even crack 400 damage each on the blue team. Most of that damage, by the way, came from the towards the last stock. The first 2 stocks, they were playing runaway, and it was not fun.
That is, again, there you're seeing Moxie got taken out twice before anybody else. So that was very brutal, and Moxie's got to be very careful about his positioning now because the red team will likely be looking to do the same. They want to just take him out and just win their 1v2s.
Well, they got access to Miami Dome again, which the last time we were here in game 1, it was entirely the blue team show, and I think a big part of that had to do with these 2 soft platforms, giving them extra extensions. And it's kind of looking similar here as Elsem's already taken a good amount of damage.
Nice downlight side air. Roscoe not able to follow up, unfortunately, though, but it does split the red team a little bit. You saw Moxie in position looking for the SIG, and he's going to get the downlight side SIG on both. Not a true combo, but it is unjumpable.
I want to take a very close look at Moxie's damage. Do you see it? I don't, because it didn't exist until that stray hit. That was a completely untouched start for Moxie after Moxie was getting absolutely bullied that last game. So kudos to them.
Roscoe,
However, Roscoe,
save?
good save. There you go. You do not want to be giving up these stocks after having a very good lead like that.
But as Modi reads the dodge up from Moxie, Moxie still manages to get back safely. Blue team members are extending their stocks. This is what you need to see from Moxie. He needs to survive.
Big key factor right now is to build up this damage lead if you can, because again, the red team is an incredibly strong 2-pair of Asmodi and Elsem, and that's going to be a knockout over on the side of Roscoe. It should be a free double up, but this evasiveness from Moxie, very, very solid, keeping that stock still there.
You saw what happened in game number 2, and he's like, not going to let that happen again. Asmodi still not able to get it. That side air almost does it the clash out, and Moxie still gets the wall touch.
Oh my goodness. Anytime I see anybody trying to box with the red team over there, Duke, I get fearful for even Roscoe's stock to potentially get knocked out low. That side air will, of course, finally find Moxie. They did get a lot of damage, though. Take a look at the red team. Both of them deep in the red already. It's a big opportunity. Stuffed recovery, though. They go out there to try and get him. They almost get him off the wall, but Moxie gets back on. The side air helping him out, but the D-Light Seer trying to close it on the side. Here goes Asmodi, and they still somehow get the stock away from Roscoe. Another one gets taken away from Moxie, but stocks were flying.
Yeah, so many people were in the red, but now so many people are now on their final stocks. Moxie the one holding it down for the blue team, but at the end of the day, that's still a load of...
Oh my God! Well, that's one way to send a message. They got another early one. Don't let them get Miami Dome. Just don't let them get it. The blue team is up 3 stocks 2-1. Asmodee is definitely one of the best people, excuse me, Elsem is one of the best people you can ask for in this position, but it is a very tough ask.
Yeah, this is going to be challenging because, again, Blue Team has some amazing team combos. They've shown it on Elsem already. Elsem needs to make sure he does not land in properly because if he gets caught by a neutral light, that could be a stock. Down light, down air, but Moxie wasn't ready.
A little bit too far away, not able to close, get a follow-up on that. The Nair's going to separate them a bit, but I like this, not really overextending. That's going to be a punish, but they had a stock to throw away. They had one to work with, and Roscoe taking the exact right approach. Don't try to over-engage. It's not worth taking that damage. Wait for him to spawn.
Yeah, just making sure you can, at the very least, trade out with Elsem. Don't let him get free damage, and this one will eventually fall in place for you, but starting to see Elsem. He's playing this so well. For a 1v2, he's making sure he is not stuck between the two of them.
He's doing it while speared up the entire time as well, but does finally get caught. Moxie's accuracy, I don't even know where it's been with that, but it's been so on point to close out the game specifically. So that is, again, the blue team striking back, moving themselves up 2-1 here in a very peculiar spot for Asmodee and Elsem to try and get themselves to continue. Like, look at that, 555 damage done on the sword alone. And Moxie started off the game not even taking any
look
damage.
Look at Moxie's graph. It's like he didn't exist for the first half, but it's him putting out damage and not getting hit. Like, he literally just like appeared. His graph doesn't appear until later.
It looks like an actual art error. Like, it's not like, why is it shifted over? But it's just
it's offset.
Literally impossible to hit that whole time. But now here we go back to Armageddon. This is where they were. This is where they were up in the previous game. And that previous game, also game 2, they jumped Moxie. Like, they did not let Moxie play. They need to try and do a similar thing here because we saw what happens when he's allowed to play in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't shut down Moxie, there's a real possibility that they don't get that game 5 that, of course, most people would have expected from Asmodee and Elsem in this position.
Yeah.
Or at least expected them to run away with this, but the N-Sig connects onto Elsem.
Meanwhile, Roscoe taking a lot of damage, kind of blocking in front to try and help out Moxie, but that's a double up. Ground pound, I like it, trying to cover to dodge down. There's that recovery covering the high, and that is, oh, wait a minute, no shot, no shot, no shot, no shot, are you kidding me? Moxie is built different, built uniquely, established immaculately. Moxie, I'm a fan. He got some Moxie, and that completely shifts the tone of this game.
Oh my goodness, PR number 23 just did it to him. Asmodee might have won last weekend, but it doesn't matter because this weekend's all about the dubs, and Moxie is getting them. Side sig thrown out. Red team is in trouble.
I don't think the understanding also of like how different this game is now because of that. That would have been 3 stocks up to what was probably 2-2, extra damage added on for this us to game 5. Now the game is evened up essentially after that really hot start that the red team had.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like really shut down any momentum that they were building up. Like, it looked like they were looking hot, but does not matter as Moxie had a fantastic edge guard. Asmodee catches the teammate there, doesn't go for the recovery.
Yeah, you're definitely looking to Asmodee to pick it up a ton. I know that whenever she gets a play like that happens, she swings back very quickly. It's like, you are not going to be the one to finish on me. I'm not in the prime position to go ahead and close out that follow-up before, but does try to get that Sair to save Elsem. Again, dude, this is an incredibly close game, and everybody flying.
Get the double?
Moxie doesn't care who it is. I am going to take you all out.
Yeah, the side sig and Asmodee trying to help out the blue team to get that double, and yeah, Elsem's going to fall to the final stocks here. Again, Moxie holding down this stock count.
I'm not going to lie, I think Moxie has all but one individual stock, and that includes one of his teammates in this game. So Moxie is here trying to get a potential like 8 knockout game. Well, we'll see. At the moment, Moxie is trying to catch a slip up there, but that's going to be one fall. Roscoe's already taken a decent amount of damage. Red team trying to get a power play.
Yeah, Roscoe's got to be careful here. That was a burned recovery, and Elsem very patiently babysitting that edge guard. Gets that down there. It's all left to Moxie. Cannonballs come out.
Kudos to the red team for keeping themselves composed after that early play. They still had plenty of opportunities to get themselves back into this game. Sword has been the problem, though, for them to deal with.
He's just calling the wolf. He wants Timber to help him out. Side sig after side sig. Knows how much force is behind it. And I love the target swap there, expecting Asmodee to come in. Doesn't get the punish, though, on that team signature.
This evasiveness has been a big key factor to try and get things going, but that's going to be a D-Light recovery. That won't be enough just yet here, but one more of those will do it.
Yeah, Moxie's in a hot spot. A little bit of trouble here. 2 exclamation points, gets back onto the stage. Side stick thrown out, and that's just a pogo. Weapon toss, pogo, and that is game number 4. We're going to game 5.
I cannot imagine what we're going to see in game 5 at this point. Like, after this amazing play here, catches him slipping, stuff recovery, go down there to try to get the save, and instead, you get caught for it too. Say, oh, you want to play this game? I'll catch you with that dare. I will also catch you with this D-Light ground pound to finish it out afterwards. And the amazing awareness to do so after you could have just went back to stage. That's the difference between somebody who knows that they can get it done or not. Because most people, after that first dare on that stuff recovery, go back up to stage because they want to make sure they stay alive. But instead, he ends up getting 2 out of it.
I know you said a bunch of really smart things, but my ADD brain kicked in, and I was like, oh, look, they show stances on the bottom now. Shout-outs to production.
I'm not going to lie. I looked at you, and your eyes were like...
I was like, I know you're saying really smart stuff, but look, there's a shield next to Moxie's name. He's in the defense
Straight up
stance.
feel like I walked home, and you're just like, who's next? Well, right now, we have game 5. We're going to go to Temple. I feel like this is it's a decent middle ground, but they definitely learned their lesson. They did not let them get Miami Dome again. And that doesn't seem to matter for Moxie, though, as he's already starting off swinging, and he's just not getting hit again.
Yeah, this is, hey, Mom, when are we going to Miami Dome? What are you talking about? We got Miami Dome at home. You got 2 platforms, but they're not at the same heights, and it doesn't matter as Moxie hits another side stick as Modi's already down to her 2nd stock.
Bro, who are you? Okay, like coming out here just performing so well at this moment, and Red Team has been, the fact that they were able to bring it back that last game just shows how good they are. They've been able to shut down this hyper-aggressive core, of course hitting the teammates, so it won't go too far away, but there's a big fear factor here for Asmodi and Elsem as them potentially falling, but that is going to be possibly a double KO here. Good defense. Roscoe somehow getting out of that. It somehow got out of that.
Asmodi hit the downlight, but maybe misinputted there and ended up only getting that down heavy just on the stage instead of a jump ground pound that she likely wanted. So the stock count is going to remain even despite the fact that the red team almost had the lead.
All right, we're going to finally see that one fall. I was thinking a bit there before Elsem decided to finally give up that stock. Meanwhile, so is Roscoe. One straight hit on Roscoe will do it. The Sair does stuff them out on their attempt to recovery.
Asmodi on the left side. Nice weapon toss from Moxie, halting the wake up from Elsem. End lights come out, but nothing else after that combo.
Moxie just trying to help Roscoe live as long as possible. And I mean, Roscoe's doing an amazing job at that. This is essentially 2 stocks worth of damage that they're getting, and they get the Sair. That puts them up in the lead 5 stocks to 3.
Yeah, they're just maintaining that lead that they got early on. Ensig comes out from Asmodi. Moxie forcing out the ground pound, but the side stick connects, and they keep giving away these doubles.
And we call that the clean sweep right there, getting in and just getting rid of both of them at the same time. You have Asmodi who's taken not too much. It's on Asmodi to pick up on defense right now, but Elsem as well, hovering around some decent damage, and they do not get the Sair knockout there, but you have to worry about the potential of another one coming pretty soon.
Yeah, that was a good interrupt coming out. Roscoe wants it. Roscoe might not get it, though, as the save comes out, but Moxie might pick it up. One more hit. Asmodi gets past.
Asmodi somehow sneaking by, but the recovery won't be enough just yet. Trying to go get Asmodi as they land. Nair comes through, sending Asmodi back up in the skies, gets the weapon to at least have the ability to box back, but Asmodi doesn't have many more mistakes they can make.
Down air. Oh, Roscoe not in position. Doesn't hit the downlight for the combo. Jumps for it. Nice double Sair. Asmodi's out of there. 1v2, can Elsem keep this top team alive?
They're trying to not go down here at 4th place, as Asmodi and Elsem, one of the favorites to win the whole thing, are currently looking at what has been an immaculate 2v2 masterpiece of this blue team so far in their combos, and Elsem just fighting for dear life.
Elsem, he's dancing around. He hits a ground pound. That's good damage. Downlight recovery. Good damage. Goes for a second one. Trying to make a big play happen there. Roscoe burns a dodge. Elsem not going to get a big punish, though.
You see Moxie's being very, very careful about when he decides to go in. You have a stock to burn here on Roscoe, so it's not really worth it to try and go in. Let Roscoe put the damage on. But if you force a 2v1, it might not be so bad for Elsem. Excuse me, the 1v1. Well, that's one already done.
Elsem needs a good read here. Moxie not really in KO percent. The end line almost does it. Elsem, this is so hard to do.
This is as difficult of an ask as you can ever want at this position now, because recovery will be enough, and a big upset coming in here as the team PRs of 23 and 28 collectively will knock out one of the favorites to win the whole thing, as Moxie and Roscoe are going to remove Asmodee and Elsem from the bracket here in Winter 2v2s.
Dude, Moxie and Roscoe, this is how you make fans, man. Like, coming out here, putting out those big plays, taking out some big names, and of course, coming in with this unorthodox 2v2 team, you'll love to see it. And now the big question in my mind is, like, who knocked him down here?
You know what? Let's find out. By the way, I'm just going to establish this now. Moxie and Roscoe fan, day one
Okay,
fan.
yeah, sure.
Day one fan. Because this is literally the day one that I've seen them. But this is immaculate. All right, so I'm going to take a look here. I'm going to take a little tour back to where they went down. And they went down. Okay, so this makes some sense. They went down 3-0 to Vey and Hipka.
Okay.
So I feel like a team like that, with how aggressive Moxie and Roscoe are going into the defensive walls that are Vey and Hipka, probably got checked for trying to be a little bit too aggressive. I don't know if somebody's going to be able to stop that again, though. I mean, that was phenomenal. We got Doggo and Zach, though, to try and hold down the fort.
Yeah, it's going to be on Doggo and Zach DeBosta trying to take down this team of Moxie and Roscoe. And of course, as we talk about in these tournaments, one thing that's really nice is Doggo and Zach DeBosta got to watch. They got to listen and hear us go, oh my God, he's playing Thatch. This is crazy. And then they get to go, no, let me tell you about my thing. I don't know what their answer is yet.
The answer was hashtag play Thatch. Remember, everybody, hashtag play Thatch. BH Esports, or hashtag BH Esports, hashtag play Thatch. Tweet it out right now, okay? Make I'm Llama very happy, because I'm sure that Moxie's doing exactly that. That was phenomenal. Like,
that was insane. The SIG usage was so good. The follow-ups, getting those long-range side SIGs. Like, I think people have been sleeping on Thatch's side SIG on the sword.
I think you're
for a while.
right. That covers so much range.
Well, hold on. Because that thing's good. He hit downlight side SIG to get a double. He was hitting as follow-ups. He was reaching out there. Did you see the one where he went off stage with it and reached so far? Like, that SIG is so good, and he's using it so well.
I was talking last week, like, I like to refer to a couple of SIGs as jump scares. Sorry, D-SIG on guitars, the Gauntlet side SIG on Tesca. That's in the category now. I have not seen that one used that much, and oh my goodness, the range that it covered, like you said, just the burst. You're not ready for it when you're in a 2v2, especially when you're in 2v2s, because you're too focused on dealing with the Sidra that's running around everywhere, who also has massive range on what she's doing too. So very explosive gameplay. What do you think? I feel like this could be the hardest question to answer. What does the red team do here in Doggo and Zach to shut that down?
Honestly, this is going to be like a weird answer, but I like the idea of wake-up characters in response to this. When someone's playing like hyper-aggressive, they're hitting a thing, and then they're usually chase dodging afterwards, wake-up characters are really, really good. That's like your hammer, your sword, your guitar players, someone who can do like a GC downlight on wake-up, or someone who can just do a nair after getting hit. Those are really good responses to hyper-aggressive players, but we'll see how well that works out for them as Doggo and Zach DeBoss starting off with what they did in the winner's side.
One good thing, too, for the red team is we essentially have as close of a mirror match as you could possibly ask for out of these team comps. Both Thatch and Hattori playing that very similar role of that up front, very dangerous threat to always be in your face and put out big hits. But you also have to worry about the two Sidras that are in the back. And Doggo Sidra in the previous set, up until they got reverse 3-0'd, was looking phenomenal.
Yeah, they looked really, really good. Both teams had a fantastic game one, right? They both kind of came out of the gate swinging, but the downlight recovery will give the blue team that slight lead. You saw Roscoe trying to trade it out, but didn't have the damage for it.
I don't think I've seen a single time where Roscoe or Moxie haven't burned all of the resources to get a knockout off the top. Like, every single time you're up there, they're chasing you.
Yo, they want those KOs. They want to go as high in the sky as they can, but the team combo comes out. Zach DeBoss doesn't really have a follow-up there. You saw him go for this like jump fast fall recovery. There's the recovery that will lead to the KO onto Roscoe.
The theme of the team for red team right now is spacing, spacing, spacing. They are keeping themselves just far enough out of range to not only follow up and get a big lead like they have right now, but they're preventing any chaos scrambles from happening because of their separation.
Yeah, they're like denying any opportunity for the blue team to get their team combos. Something that was really, really strong for them was their setups. But unfortunately, they just haven't been in position for anything.
Yeah, and Moxie is sporting a very similar position to what we saw in that other game where game 2, Moxie disappeared. But then Moxie showed back up in the other game. So you still got to feel comfortable for blue team in the follow-up games, maybe. But Doggo and Zach have really shown exactly what you need to do to slow these two down.
Downlight Cider, I love that spot dodge from Doggo. Keeps him in position for a punish there. Little change up there from Moxie. Saw him downlight and then chase dodge away. Recovery trying to read. Hits a side sig. Suddenly stock counts even.
Yeah, all of a sudden, this is a very doable game. I was gonna say that the 1v1 matchup of Moxie versus Zach was going to Zach almost every time. Towards the end, it wasn't. And Moxie's separating them a ton right now. That's going to be a D-Light Seer, getting them away. Changes his focus, and that was not what you wanted to happen.
You didn't need to do that. That was you're at the 1 yard line and you decide to just pass it to the guy to the right of you so you can get that extra
You
kill.
could always
you just walk it in.
You could always be the Seahawks and not run the ball to Marshawn Lynch on the 1 yard line. And for those of you who are Seahawk fans, ha! But right now we have of course, a very peculiar spot. Not the easiest thing to get out of here. This is a 3-stack deficit to Zach and Doggo. I think this is data collecting time. See how good you are at getting in between them, separate them for potential future games, because this is only game 1. You don't want to burn all of your endurance here.
Yeah, honestly, I was going to say, like, give him false information. Make him think you're going to be really dumb on your, like, returns back to stage, and then, like, next time you're in that edge guard situation, they're going to be like, oh, he likes to go high.
So you're telling me every time I've lost the 2v1, I was just intentionally spreading misinformation?
Exactly. We like to spread misinformation.
Yes, yes. I was throwing for content the whole time. I definitely could have won, but, you know, I wanted to make y'all think that I couldn't get the job done. But currently, it is the red team who were able to do exactly that. They were, I think, again, the big thing that I saw was spacing. They were never bundled up. They were never, like, right on top of each other, and I think that was the big thing that the blue team takes advantage of fully. You mentioned it before, their team combos. That's just been the name of the game for them. They're getting so much reward on hit when they do get an opening, so stay apart, force the 1v1s, and the red team was winning out in that.
Yeah, it's going to be really on the blue team to try to force those positions, try to get those follow-ups and those setups. And, of course, they're back to the Dome, the place where they were so successful at it in their previous set.
I know we've only seen them for this one day, but I feel like enough data should be collected at this point that you just don't let them get Miami Dome. Just don't let it happen. Of course, Temple was also an option. Maybe they don't feel too comfortable with that. And if Hattori, I mean, look, the red team doesn't really care. Miami Dome belongs to them too. That's a pogo, and that is a very fast 2-stock. So the housing looking very good for the red team here in Miami Dome.
Yeah, there's a lot of places. They're opening up shops, of course, and new subdivisions out in Miami Dome.
I know they got good ramen.
Yeah, everybody just making homes here. But right now, red team, of course, running away with this one.
Yeah, blue team is getting shut down heavily. Weapon toss down, trying to block Moxie, but this is a big opportunity for blue team. They do not get anything out of it, though. Amazing defense from the red, literally amazing defense of the red team to not only get out, but also to sneak a KO away from Moxie.
Taking out Moxie on the left side. The red team in complete control. Even back then in that edge guard, like the save situation was Doggo saying like, all right, just hit me with your nair and then you can chase dodge up. And that's exactly what happened. They got back up safely. Finally, blue team starting to take some stocks off of this red team, but it might be a little late here as their Moxie's on final stock.
Yeah, this is another very similar situation to last game where Moxie was so far behind. It was when he did wake up, it was too much. And a big part of that was that really early KO they got on him a little while ago when they tried to double up.
The down sig connects, and now Roscoe down to the final stocks as well. Side sig from Moxie.
Has Zach missed a D-sig on Spear yet?
I don't think so.
I don't think he has.
Very good at those.
That's at least 4 for 4 of them that I can think of at the moment. And if you're catching that all the time, especially when you've seen Doggo in position every time, there's yet another edge guard. Doggo's going to fall to that, but it doesn't matter. You're so far up in the lead. And Roscoe, I mean, your one shot of hope here is to get that knockout immediately onto Zach. Zach keeps changing his tag. It's throwing me off.
Yeah, he changed it to Deb this time, trying to, I guess, help us out because he saw us going with Raigundas a bunch of times. Edge guard, you know what? Roscoe, he's scrapping. He's surviving a little bit, but man, these are just, okay. Save him. Save him. A little more. He's back. What'd I say?
I'll let you have the wheel on that too. And I was like, I'm pretty sure he's making his back. But Roscoe, this is the most.
Save him again. Thanks.
What are y'all?
Keep it going.
What are y'all doing?
Wait,
to,
he's back.
what are y'all doing to him right now?
Third time's a charm. Third time's a charm.
All right, at this point, fight unarmed. Okay, all hands.
Wait, oh, what's
Only
the team
hands.
combo? What's the team combo?
Only hands.
That's some playing with your food like to the nth degree. They took those mashed potatoes, built a castle, put a gravy moat around it, and built little figurines to
Bro,
attack the castle. Like
Bro,
that was playing
did you
with
see
your food.
that right hook on Sidra? I'm not. Don't mess with Sidra. Oh my god. Can we get a slowdown on that, specifically on just the right hook at the end? Okay. I somehow in the midst of all that, that was so goofy. Like that was the dog pile up you see in cartoons. Well, look, watch this. Okay. Both of them just stare each other down. Doggo. Yo, I got that dog in a bong! It's just not the way I expected it to end. I thought they were going to hunt for something big. But obviously, the big key factor, as I take a look at the graph over here, is how little amount of time Moxie got to spend on most of those stocks. Those early edge guards really making a big difference. He didn't even put over 200 damage. It was big exclamation point sitting over top of Moxie's head. The fact that you've taken that away, considering how good they were off stage before, it seems like Doggo and Zach might finally be hitting them with that gap check. Like, all right, now you have reached that point where the PR skill level, this run, the Cinderella story, if you will, is coming to a close.
Yeah, they definitely put a halt to the Moxie Roscoe run. But again, great opportunity here. This is still the Winter Championship. We got plenty more in this 2023. And we're seeing Moxie and Roscoe make the change up here to the double Bryn, kind of pulling out some classic EU 2v2 characters. Or I guess character, because it's just double Bryn.
Yeah, it's like, look, all thoughts empty, time to swing. But honestly, I don't disagree with it, to be honest, because all the team combos they tried to do before weren't working anymore. They were getting minimal. So if you switch to the Axis, we see one knockout go in favor of them onto Roscoe. Look at how much closer it is. The Axe got so much damage for them as Moxie falls too, but I could definitely understand why they did the double switch.
I think one thing that's really helping them with this double switch is that like the mentality shifted, right? Like they're not constantly trying to position for those 1v2s. They're not trying to position on top of each other. And that instead they're like, you know what? We can scrap in our 1v1s a little bit harder. Like we have a little bit more return opportunities. And Roscoe gonna get the double.
There we go. That's exactly what you needed to be pretty much prior to this moment. It was always like a 3-stock deficit in favor of the red team. So already looking better here, but that's a big opportunity for them to try and go chase. That was a really scary spot for Roscoe.
Yeah, I think Roscoe was actually higher than Zach DeBoss too there, so that was definitely a dangerous spot to be in. And you saw Doggo kind of hunting below just in case. Down sig connects. Zach DeBoss keeps hitting those, and on the right side, Doggo hits the edge guard.
I want someone to prove me wrong if he's missed any. Like, I don't think I've seen a single one miss. That's at least 5 KOs, and they've all been on the side of the stage. He's mixing it up perfectly on when people want to sneak their head above.
Yeah, he's really, really good. And it's like calling out these spot dodges that happens from a couple people as well. Like, he's just like, all right, you're going to spot dodge right in front of me. I'm just going to do this big active signature.
Big active plays going on over there for Doggo at the moment. When Doggo is off stage like that, things can go south very fast. And the blue team sitting on their match points as one does fall. Moxie wasn't the first one to be knocked out this time, but it's looking like the dream of the blue team has come to a close here. Maybe, not just yet. Going off there to the save. Just cause. Yo, get them both. Get them both right now.
Hero plays. He saves them. He gets back up, and Moxie is gonna fall while watching the show. Zach DeBoss and Doggo going into the grand finals. Seriously, how did Moxie fall there?
You know,
like genuinely, I was just watching the red team members just play tag.
You know, after that last play, I'd like to retract my previous statement from before. I'm a Doggo and Zach DeBoss fan. Day one, yeah, day one, always. But no, for real, well done, great plays. But all right, let's take a look here.
Right, I'm watching Moxie. Okay.
All right, jumped up before.
Weapon toss, and he touches the wall.
All right, so reset.
This
on
is a
dare.
Okay.
Jumps up underneath.
Hanging out, watching
Literally
the show.
just watching as everybody's doing
Falls.
what they're doing.
Forgot his recovery button. Oh, wait, fell too far. No nair hit. Chase dodge. Unfortunate.
Oh, no.
Never lucky. Cursed. But Doggo and Zach DeBoss, not overly surprised to see. They're going to be going up against Vey and Hipka, who you're already seeing at the bottom because we are eager to see that grand finals match. But again, credit to Moxie and Roscoe. Fantastic plays. Taking out Asmodi and Elsum, of course, just a nice big feather in the cap for them.
Yeah, they were able to tear through this bracket, pretty much only falling to like a couple of the top contenders. And that being said, we also when we went into elimination semis before we hopped on, not gonna act like we didn't think it. We were looking at that set going, okay, Asmodi and Elsum are probably going to maybe cruise through that one. This has been a good run from them. But no, they proved us completely wrong. It was instead an incredible showing for them. They were able to win it in Game 5 against a very difficult team after getting kind of figured out Game 2. They got figured out here in this, but I think that the thing is you have to have teams like this that do it to you. You have to have opponents to do this to you because the only way you're going to get better is playing people who are better than you. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but you need to. You have to. If you don't learn from these losses, then you're not getting anything out of it. There's always an opportunity to learn from your loss, and I think that from what we saw, there's a good future from this team, and I think they're going to learn a lot from what happened here in this elimination finals.
At the bare minimum, like when you come out here and you kind of just like show up and you get these highlight plays and you get these moments that are like very clippable, you've now earned yourself a fandom. You've now solidified your place in a little bit of Brawlhalla history, and now people are going to be looking for you in the next showing, and it just helps to motivate that progress. But of course, that is the end of their run. We've still got one more match to go because this is, of course, going to be the grand finals of the Winter Championship doubles for the Australian region.
Yes, and for sure, I'm sure that the previous team will be getting some highlights throughout the year. Think about it, it's like that's probably going to get brought back up in Dev Stream pretty soon. That was a phenomenal team core, but we saw this earlier. We had the winners finals. Where everything was looking hot, everything was looking amazing, and you know what else is hot, fire, and amazing to get? We only got a few days left to get it, by the way. The winter merch exclusives, which you could check out at brawlhalla.com/wintermerch. I believe that's correct. I actually deleted the URL, so please correct me. But it is a limited time offer. It's going to be ending on the 12th. And also, not even just the hoodies that you can get access to, but you can get access to the custom blanket with all of the weapon designs on it. Again, do not miss out on that. Do not be the one to not get it. I will be picking up mine immediately.
Yeah, someone already got theirs. I saw on Twitter. They were like, yo, this blanket is fire, and not like literally, but just it's a great blanket. And I was like, I didn't get my blanket yet.
So yeah, we're mine. We're in the office. I'm saying like I'm looking at the person who could like get it.
Yo, but
like, hey, like, where's our?
As we get into this match, I'll also remind y'all that, of course, since this is the Winter Championship, you can pick up your merch, but you can also pick up that winner bundle as well. But let's get into it. Vey and Hipka versus Doggo and Zach DeBoss. Game number 1, grand finals.
It's that time to determine who will be your 2v2 championships for Australia, and the return of the double Orion is going to come back. It looked phenomenal earlier. A big thing that happened was the constant trade-offs of who was the better ace at the point. It was a couple games of Vey, not carrying, but holding down the front well enough where Hipka could support. And then at the end, it was Hipka who picked it up a ton when Vey was getting figured out, and they were able to get the job done. So see if they're able to replicate that success, because Doggo and Zach were very close to putting themselves in grands themselves.
Yeah, I mean, of course, reminder that they started off winners final with a 2-0 lead, and it was Vey and Hipka who ended up bringing that one back 3-0ing in the reverse. Vey already throwing out the side airs, almost takes out Zach DeBoss on the left side. Another sidelight side air. Zach DeBoss trying to find his way back, but he won't get past the down air.
Are we sure we're looking at the lance, or are we looking at the hammer with the stop sign attached to it? Because that was a whole wall and a stop sign that Zach was not allowed to pass on the left side of the stage.
He just could not get past any of those down airs. And Doggo, like, he was getting boxed out. He was not able to go over there and give that reprieve at all as well.
That's the thing we talked about before, the separation. That's actually what worked for Doggo and Zach in the last game, is their ability to separate the super offensive team. But this double Orion core is just poke, separate, force the 1v1s, and they haven't been able to beat it. Also, they're getting checked by these side six a lot. They've been getting hit quite a bit by those.
Yeah, I mean, Vay and Hipka, of course, they've got that stock advantage. Like, they can kind of go for some of these goofier options, just kind of make sure the red team is staying on their toes. The down sig will take out the teammate there. A little bit unfortunate for Hipka.
One of those games where you're playing so good that you have to take your own teammate out. But if you're the red team, you need to take advantage of that moment if you can. But look at this, like the defense. They're not letting Doggo get anything started. If you're preventing Cannon from finding that D-Light or even just finding a straight nair to get a KO, then you were in an immaculate spot.
They're doing this thing where, like, they'll get the neutral win, and then the other blue team member will make sure that that neutral win doesn't get punished. Like, they're getting that opener, and then they're making sure that they're getting away with that.
I think back to that previous set where they had that team combo going, and what did Vay do instead of continuing the team combo? He turned his focus to the opposing side and put out a Sarah to block. That's exactly the whole strategy, but this is a big opportunity for them. Can they get the weapon toss? No, recovery. They get
the dares.
one. The save, though, that is going to be allowing him to get back on, but that was very close to them evening up the game. Or not evening up, getting it in a much better position.
Would have been a little bit closer, and then you look at the top right, and you're like, wait, Hipka's like fresh on the
I
second
didn't
stock.
realize Hipka still had two. So I screwed up there. I mean, that's kind of par for the course for Hipka, just refusing to get hit most of the match.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing so good. Again, both blue team members have been in that position of, like, holding down the fort for that blue team. Down light down air onto Hipka, just getting some damage put out, but man, Zactabos cannot afford too much more damage.
And there's Vay sneaking right underneath, and a big reversal sider. That's going to put them up in a 2v1. Doggo is not in a great spot. No matter which way you look at it, even if they can't get too many big combos, that's two lances that are just constantly going to check your approach.
All those down sigs. Just taking out space. Just down six for days, and Vay will close out game number one.
I mean, what do you even do to land past that? You avoid Lance desig. It's like, okay, cool. Here's Spear desig. Oh god, I have to freak out. And then by the time that's done, you're probably getting caught by something off of Lance anyway. So here it is again. And not only did they do that well with the space control, they both covered each soft platform that forced Doggo to go to center. If you don't do that, that allows Doggo to try and sneak by and maybe try to get a quick 1v1 against Hipka on the right, but they maneuvered him right where they needed to him center, where you're still unarmed and you have nothing you could do to try and go force something to happen.
Yeah, that's actually really smart. I did not really think about the way that they were kind of just funneling Doggo into that central position where it's like, that's, of course, we talk about it in 1v2s, like that you never want to be in the middle between the two people.
Yep.
That's just such a dangerous spot to be in. And of course, good call out that like they're kind of just like forcing him into that spot. And now we're seeing Zactabos, not on the Hattori, it's over to the Jae-Yun, or I guess that's the Negan for game number 2.
It is always very, it always throws me off anytime I don't see Lucille show up when he has it. But, I mean, Great Sword is definitely a solid option to deal with the grounded gameplay, but will it be enough to allow you to get the bridges? Because they constantly hit whenever they see someone getting something started. So you need to separate, and right now this is the opportunity to do it.
I mean, it really feels like Zactabos is just trying to be like, all right, y'all control a lot of space. I'll try to control my own space with this great sword. Just get these big swings, play that split that the blue team is forcing right now as the downlight recovery. And I love, again, Doggo pushes him up instead of the left to the teammate.
I think you might actually be right on the money with that greatsword spacing gameplay, because up until that point, everything was just quick separation that Hattori wasn't able to do before. And that actually has led to them to taking the first 2 stocks here. So you still have access to the sword, of course, with the Jae-Yun, but the greatsword really being a big difference maker to start it off.
Yeah, but you're starting to see him play a little bit more of an aerial game. Hipka gets behind him, and the side air will finish off. That's not going to KO Doggo just yet, but he's got to get past 2 spears, and he manages it.
Good job. Again, I mean, that's... at this point, we can't even be surprised anymore. Doggo just keeps sneaking his way past these edgeguard plays, but Doggo does get snared. That allows a power play, trying to force him over to the soft platform, but good defense there from Zach. And they've been minimizing the amount of damage the blue team has put on so far.
Doggo, he is really trying to extend this stock. Zactabos again, trying to play that grounded game, control some space. The anchor comes out. Vay with the turnaround side air to punish.
Gets away. Oh, landed a little bit too early for the neutral stick to be able to get anything out of it. But again, this is as close as you can get. But big difference here in this last like 30-ish seconds or so, Duke, is the greatsword did nothing that time. It was a good start, and that time, nothing happened.
Man, those team combos, though. And, of course, very intelligently not going for same move options to risk that DI coming out from Doggo. But like you said, Zactabos has not had any momentum on his second stock greatsword.
Yeah, they need to find a way to replicate that success. But here we go, big whiff on the D-Sig. That's going to be a sider, so that's going to give them the lead right back. There's another Sair. Will they be able to close it out here? Yes, they do. So that puts the red team back in the lead.
No, but this is still very close. Red team has the lead, but there's one stock gone and one more hit, and Zach DeBoss is going to be joining everybody else in those final stocks.
Borrow time, if you will, on that stock for Jaeyoon. So there's a big opportunity for Doggo to get some damage in. They do, however, get the closeout. And this is one stock apiece here, game number 2.
Oh man, the interrupt comes out there. You saw them setting up for a team combo with the GCN Sig. Doggo ended up managing to get out of that, so the damage is relatively even still.
And Vay just trying to find some ground to land on at the moment, but that Sair's going to separate them. Oh, okay, they're actually playing outside of the range of the side Sigs all of a sudden. Before they were just getting hit. This very big, and look at that positioning Deb had. Played right next to the weapon spawn, never let them get it.
Yeah, great coverage coming out from the red team. This swap over to the Jaeyoon, so good for them, but they need to finish off this stock of Hipka. Recovery, not quite enough.
Hipka it's going to be very, very difficult to get access to a weapon if you even can at this point. You got that in front of you, made him burn as many resources as possible. As soon as you see him hover back into center, dodge burned or not, even if you somehow spot dodge past that greatsword recovery, who's already sitting right there on that platform? You are not getting past both of them in that position. And a very similar play, look right there. There is the hover. Doggo has the side platform. Make sure that if you hover down, you're getting caught. Nothing you could do that's going to be safe. But you get scared of that button press from that GCD light. It's like, oh, I can't go near that. Recovery might chase me after. But you forgot about the greatsword. That's right there.
That's the mark of a good twos team, is like the confidence that your teammate is covering that space. That way you can cover more space. You can cover to the right side a little bit more. I think back to like in tennis games when you play like Mario Tennis, when your teammate stacks up right behind you and they don't get the ball when it gets past you, like you just get really upset, right?
That's
like
Sparky, right?
You got to cover that space.
So
I'm not naming names.
So
right?
Sparky, right?
I'm not naming names in my Mario Tennis
Was it Sparky 878? That's the big thing we need to know. Well, we have a game number 3 here. We're going to Miami Dome. We haven't really seen this since the Moxie Roscoe showcases that we were seeing before. I think, of course, advantage does go to the double spear. I think that it's immaculate on this stage to be able to cover a lot of range. And also, that soft platform gives them another spot to hide from the bridge starters for the greatsword. But then again, you can also land right in front of it.
Yep. All right, side light comes out from Doggo on the right side. Edge guard, Vay's looking for those pogos. You can see the way he's babysitting Doggo. Doggo forced to the outside. And you can see Zactopos comes over to try to help out Doggo there. Did kind of work out, but almost got turned around on him.
Vay's awareness is really good right now. The fact that he saw that opportunity to shift it off after getting, I think, 3 pogos in a row to then go for that ground pound was really smart. Team communication, of course, can also be a key factor. But very different story, Duke, so far. This is every single game, as we see the first stock fly out here for Vay, has been pretty much dead even throughout each stock.
I mean, that's kind of what you expect of players at this caliber, is like the adaptation, the change-ups between games, things that make it so that they're not just running further and further away. As Vay does manage to get back, despite hitting 3 exclamation points, the pressure from the red team was not quite enough.
And here's Doggo once again sporting the third stock first, but that ground pound is going to make it a little bit more difficult. That's the second ground pound. There's no shot you make that back. But Vay is definitely looking a lot better here. Previous game only putting on 374 damage. You could already see a big shift in that here to start.
Yeah, that's what I love to see from Vay, is like when Vay can get those big numbers out, putting out those 600+ damage games. You saw Zach DeBoss was actually going really high. Was doing it with the Hattori. It looks like he can still do it with the Jaeyoon as well.
Yeah, that was actually the curious thing going into this next game too. It's like, is the Jaeyoon still going to be good after that previous game? Or do they figure out the greatsword? The answer is no. Actually, they haven't figured it out yet. He's been working just fine. Meanwhile, though, Hipka and Vay are sporting a decent amount of damage, and they have to worry about another D-Light recovery, maybe off that soft platform.
Yeah, you can see that the red team is sticking to these swords, right? They're looking for those downlight recoveries. Hipka a little bit less damage, but there's the recovery. Vay actually going to hold on for a little bit here. Side air will take out Hipka, and Doggo wants this edge guard.
Doggo has never let them just recover for free. That's been a very big factor, but as soon as you see that commitment, free punish right in the position for it, that puts them up in the lead once again.
And there you see kind of the pitfall of this team. Of course, greatsword, not really a strong 2v1 team weapon, and that's kind of what happened there. You saw him hit a thing into a bridge, and then Doggo was like, oh, I don't have a thing for this because there's just nothing to do.
Yeah, that is a one-party move that you have. I can't get in the middle of your bridge. But the range has definitely made a big difference. And so far, Vay and Hipka haven't had a solution to that yet. Meanwhile, Stuff Recovery going to go ahead and keep chasing him up on the top. Doggo, once again, sporting the earliest one as he gets double rushed down by both of them. One of them was bound to hit, and yet another last game, last stock situation on all parties involved. Or not last game, it's only game 3.
Slight damage advantage, though. There's the cannonball left side. Doggo, Zach DeBoss actually gets the KO, and there's the right side KO for Doggo. 2-1. Good split and good KOs on both sides.
That's not how I expected that to end, to be honest.
No?
I definitely thought that was going to be going a little bit longer than that. But
That's exactly how I thought it was going to end. I actually wrote it in my notepad before.
See, that's the script that I saw earlier that when I tried to open it, Sparky threw something at me. That was what I missed. At least I know now. And as we move into this game number 4, this now puts that position where Vay and Hipka are staring down what could be a bracket reset. And if you think back to that other set, they were behind 2 games at one point. They were able to get the reverse 3L. Maybe. Nervous might have kicked in. It might have been a thing. But so far, it seems like Doggo and Zach have just figured it out, and they're not letting it go.
Yeah, I mean, the swap over to the Jaehyun has been incredibly effective. Like you said, Vay and Hipka really haven't found an answer to this greatsword. And it's funny because it's not like, oh, he switched over to the Jaehyun and suddenly he's putting out like 500 damage on it or anything like that. It was like 200, 200. Like, it was still pretty evenly split, but just something about that kind of like, okay, I have a tool to take all of this stage control away, just really works well for him.
Actually, you're right on the money with that too. It's literally 238 and 240. So there's no big difference between what's going on between the weapons. He is perfectly utilizing both. The positioning, I think, from Doggo has also helped a ton. Doggo, we mentioned before, not only is always keeping he's the first one to drop that stock when they all lose them together, but there's always a presence of Doggo off stage. Like, you're never getting back comfortably, even with Lance recovery, Spear recovery. He's just waiting for it so he can get a punish, and that's kind of freaking them out a little bit. And this also bears to mind as well that the team of Double Orion doesn't lead to massive team combos, and it's not easy to line up against someone like Jaehyun, who's going to sneak his way in if he sees you trying to start it and hit you with Greatsword.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been a problem, I guess, with the Double Orion pick. Like, they're really, really good at taking a lot of space and forcing these 1v1s, but they don't really have anything for those 2v2s. You saw the double spear attempt for a couple of combos, but it never really leaded to those big combos that we saw from, like, Moxie and Rosca. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, they have that potential there, but it still hasn't really come to fruition. And I'm really curious if they maybe have something else in the pockets, because right now, I don't know. Double Orion, like, it looked good, but it seems like it's been a little bit answered right now from the Jaehyun.
Yeah, also something I just remembered a severe lack of too, which mostly is just on the kudos to the punish game from the red team. The previous set in winners finals, the Double Orions were kind of allowed to just spin the win. They were allowed to desync. They were allowed to, actually, not just that, they were allowed to desync, period. We think back to all the success they had with when they'd have Lance out, neutral sig coverage, you try to fade down, oh, here comes desig, oh, you try to fade away from that, here comes Lance desig, and most of it was just big hits in the right position because they forced you to go there. They haven't been finding that. I don't recall the last time I think I've seen a solid attempt at any of that since the first game, and that was only because they had a 2v1. So they need to try and find that type of success if they want to scare the red team again. Going into this, if they stay on the Double Orions, because it does seem like they're potentially going to switch, but it is what got them into winner side of grands in the first place.
I mean, one thing that works really well for Doggo is, like, he's been on point at spot dodging the side sigs. Like, there was a hot period where Vay and Hipka were just like, we're just going to throw side sigs off of everything. We'll do it off the soft platform, we'll do it on the stage, and we'll just side sigs everywhere. And Doggo's like, all right, I'm going to start spot dodging it. I'm going to just keep punishing it, hitting you with neutral light or down lights off of the sword. And every single time it's like, okay, well, I'm taking away this thing that you were utilizing really effectively. And one thing that's nice for Vay and Hipka, though, is, like, again, they came in top side. They can lose this next one, and it's not the end of the world for them. They still got another best of 5 behind this one.
Yep. Actually, I could kind of respect it. I mean, in this economy, using those side six that often, that's a lot of gas, and I don't want to have to refill that tank. That's going to be my entire prize winnings from this.
Is that what the Vay and Hipka?
I'm just going to pretend it is for the bit. That's it.
Yeah. They
It's
still
probably
use
not. It's
fossil fuels,
probably
Orion.
like Astrofusion or something like that.
he's a meteor from outer space, but he still uses fossil fuels. Like, He's like,
He was trying to blend
what's
into
the MPG
trying
of
to
this
blend into
lance?
society. It's like, wait, what's this horsepower I can put onto my lance? This sounds cool. But,
this isn't diesel? I can't
It
run this on
probably
ethanol?
It probably does run on diesel, to be honest. But we'll see, of course, again, if that's going to be what they continue with. Yeah, they just kind of got scared out of being able to use those because when you start getting punished by a bunch, my goodness, I got a whole Clark Kent girl going there. When you God, I'm gonna put it up. It's just about to cover the whole side of my face.
Nothing wrong with
We'll
that.
go back to my high school days. But we're gonna.
Gotta cover a whole eye.
That means I gotta go get the eyeshadow and put
All right,
the
they
hoodie up
finally
too. All
locked
right, here we
in.
go.
We
It is that
were
time.
trying to decide. We weren't sure if they and Hipka had to have a heart-to-heart for that one. They really took their times talking about that one.
You need that too, to be honest. You need that moment of reprieve where you talk to your teammate like, okay, look, we did this before. We've done it in the past. It's not like we haven't been here before. What's going wrong? What do we need to do? And the answer is we're going to stick with the same team comp. We just need to find a way to play around Jaeyoon. I think that has been the biggest problem, and also solve Doggo, because Doggo's defense has been immaculate. They're staring down what could be a bracket reset as we get into game number 4.
Like you said, if Doggo and Zaktabos can get this Game 4 win, we got to reset into another best-of-5. Otherwise, Vey and Hipka could potentially steal this one away, forcing it to a Game 5, and then potentially getting that dub and being crowned the champions here in the Winter Championship.
Like this trip again, once back to Miami Dome. If you want to be able to cover those soft platforms with the ranges that you have on Spear or Lance in particular, it's going to matter a lot, as we see one already rushing right in. Doesn't really lead to too much, but this is once again, look at Doggo just refusing to get hit, really, to start it off.
No, but there's those down sigs that you were looking for. We saw one launch Zaktabos, and Doggo's going to come in, get that recovery, keep Zaktabos alive for a little bit here as Vey keeping this edge guard going, and Zaktabos is going to fall. Vey has been so good at these edge guards.
He really has. I like the attempt right there, too. Oh, Doggo trying to stay down there a little bit too long, and that's going to screw them up. So now all of a sudden, I mean, this is not a huge lead, but this is the first time they've had a lead to start it off in a bit.
Yeah, this has definitely been a nice lead coming out for Vey and Hipka, because it was looking like Doggo and Zaktabos were ready to put this one in the bag and get that reset.
See if they can try and build on it. I mean, one thing's for certain so far, Duke, is they've definitely been getting to Zach more. Look at Zach's,
Like emotionally?
yes.
Okay.
Like, look, I'm sorry, your drip game, not good, bro.
They're just
like,
bullying him in voice comms right now.
here during Valentine's Day weekend, man. Come on now.
Good edge guard, Zach.
And that's some tough love right there. As we're going to see a knockout and a big team combo, getting a lot of damage right onto Hipka, and that's the last thing you want. Hipka's the one who's normally not getting hit the most.
Definitely seemed a little bit improvised there as Zaktabos ended that one off with a recovery. I think a ground pound or a side air would have been a little bit of a better option, but either way, love the damage that they were able to put out because they're, again, behind in this one.
Yeah, that is a big difference maker now, because before they had a good amount of damage on the Zach. Instead, it's actually going to be Hipka who falls first. As you see, Zach has been dominating, really picking up a ton after that slow-ish start.
What a spot dodge from Zaktabos, getting just above that down sig.
Here's that big opportunity on a punish. Ground pound gets both of them, so that works out. Doesn't lead to a knockout, but you do have Doggo, who literally refuses to relinquish stocks at this point. Like, I don't even know what else to say. That ground pound should get the job done, except it was Zach who blocks him again. Yeah,
Zaktabos came in, threw out that down air, interrupt the edge guard a little bit, but blue team maintaining this lead. Slight stock advantage as Vey's still sitting on that second one.
That's exactly what you needed right now. You needed one of the two to clutch up at the best opportunity you can. Like we said, they had that time to really chat it up and figure out what they needed to do. Does not time the side sig to get some more damage in, but Vey, Vey has really picked it up when they needed it bad.
I mean, that's kind of what we're used to seeing from Vey. When the Fire Nation attacks, Vey is suddenly actually available and around to be seen.
there is no war at Miami Dome. But there is, in fact, people getting lit up as we see that neutral shade coming through and getting that stock. Here comes the side air. Not going to be enough yet, but we're getting close to what is about to be, I think at this point, an inevitable Game 5.
Yeah, very real possibility. It would be hard for Doggo to steal this one away. It would take a lot of missteps from this blue team, and they are not making any. As Vey, again with the edge guard, Doggo goes for the ground pound. Vey gets around it, and A little bit of damage coming out, but still no KOs.
I can't believe that he dodged Hipka there too, but that is the MVP of that game goes to Vay. There's no other way to put it. 636 damage. That's the numbers we were seeing when they had the reverse 3-0 last time. Very solid damage in the other parts, but I'm taking a quick look over onto Zach. Zach was the issue before in separating them. 344 damage done, but more importantly, took 629, and most of that was off the start and often. So that made a huge shift. As you can see, it goes slow, and then it just rapidly climbs in that damage.
Yeah, Zach the Boss, I mean, he kind of got shut out on that one. A lot of it, again, I want to like just call back to those edge guards from Vay, right? Like when Zach the Boss is stuck on the edge, Vay's so good at hitting those pogos. 471 damage put out on the spear. That's just Vay. He's so good at babysitting opponents, hitting those down airs, and then eventually he'll throw in that ground pound just to throw him off a little bit. And then on the other side, Doggo, like I feel like Doggo's got this mentality of like, I can win this edge guard. This one's gonna be the one. You'll see him go for those unarmed ground pounds. It's like maybe change it up a little bit. But we're in game 5, no character swaps this time.
And this is what could be the very last match of Doggo and Zach the Boss's run. If they can find a way to get the reset, that's going to be entirely on whether Zach picks it back up, of course. Doggo has been immaculate on defense, but not switching off the Jaeyoon, staying comfortably with it to see if they can still get the job done.
Yo, but he's changing that skin game. This sword looks a lot pointier than the last one.
I mean, you're not wrong. And it definitely landed a lot more hits, so might be onto something.
Definitely, it's a very like stabby looking sword. I would not want to get poked with that one as the recovery connects, and it looks like Zach the Boss and Doggo have made that tiny change that they needed. It might just be the map pick that works out for him.
It was the skin swap. so far, Zach has gotten so much more damage. But will Zach be able to make that one back? Absolutely not. Here's an attempt at a power play that will not happen at all because Doggo is just refusing. It's like, nope, not at all. I'm going to hover by the side. You're going to be forced to approach me. I will try to reverse one of you with cannon. And this is a pretty hot start for... Actually, not even not too much of a hot start. Now that I think about it, Doggo is still holding on to that stock.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good for the red team. And like just a moment ago was this really, really smart moment from Doggo where Zach the Boss had a neutral light unarmed, and you saw Doggo positioning backwards, likely would have gone for like a neutral light to keep this team combo going, but saw Zach got interrupted, so he went for the longer reaching down light for a combo, but it's gonna be Vay who falls, and Zach the Boss joins him. Downlight recovery. Doggo's still on the first stock.
That completely shifted everything. The fact that they were able to get Vay in the midst of that double attempt at those neutral sigs, now all of a sudden Doggo, like you said, refusing to give up this first one. Your literal main win condition for the blue team right now is getting rid of Zach and then dealing with 3 stocks on Doggo.
I mean, 1v2ing will still be hard at the end of the day, especially now that you're down to your second stock, but Zach the Boss isn't even in that KO percent, but he's got to be careful about these edge guards because Vay has been on point with them as the NC connects. Doggo does get past it. Zach the Boss is low and he can't get back. It's the 1v2. Is it going to be the reset or is it going to be the Grand Finals champions?
Well, everything on the shoulders of Doggo right now, who has been immaculate for when they need him to be. The defense has been phenomenal, refusing to relinquish stocks at any point. Hipka already decently in the red, and you just have to be very careful about who you have playing up front.
Yo, this is where you get your cape. This is where you earn it, and this is where you become a hero, because you've got to get through Vay and Hipka, the top 2 PRs in the region in a 1v2. He hits the air, target swap, side sit connects onto Hipka.
This is also another attempt at a reversal. Oh, tries to catch him again. Good job trying to shift target focus. That's 2 ground pounds, though. Doggo did get at least the damage you needed there on that stock. Doggo, all he needs is maybe one more solid play onto Hipka, and you're going to be finding yourself near those ranges, especially with cannon, to find that KO.
Blue team trying to pick their approaches as carefully as they can. You can see them split. They're trying to go high and low, just cover and take away space from Doggo. Doggo, with this cannon in hand, doesn't have a lot of big options here. Here's the team combo. Downlight, side sig, and that's it. Vay and Hipka with the team combo. Close it out, and they are your winter champions.
Mentioned before how they did not have many team combos they can land throughout the match normally with this double Orion pick, but when you have only one target in front of you, all of a sudden you can maximize your damage. And Well played by Doggo to get them down to both KO percentages, and that, of course, sneaking through. But here is the final plays coming up in a moment. After that double ground pound covers, you can only make so many mistakes. And once he jumped right down in front of him, it was pretty much shield deal. Tried to go get that punish, does not find it. Burn dodge, that was pretty much it for you from that point forward.
Man, they were quick and clean on it the second they saw the opportunity, and they got that team combo. Van Hipka showing why they're PR at #1 and PR #2 in the region, as they are, of course, the winter champions for the Australian region.
Yeah, champion built at that too, because it's not like that was an easy W for them. They had multiple times, winners finals, had to reverse 3-0. Here, it looked like they were done multiple times throughout those games where they were able to just sneak their way back through, put down into a deficit 2-1 once again. Took a bit of a breather, figure out, okay, who do we switch or do we not? They figured out Jaeyoon specifically, though. They were able to shut down Zach, and not only did they shut down Zach in Game 4, but they eliminated him when they needed to. Even with Doggo's immaculate defense, getting through to Zach was the play, and that's the reason why they're here as the 2 winners of Winter Champs.
That's got to be a little bit of a heartbreaker for Doggo and Zach the Boss, and I hate to stick a dagger in a bleeding heart, so to speak, but like they were 1 game away.
Yeah.
Twice. They were 1 game away in winners final and grand finals, but Van Hipka, they just had that little spice that got them ahead, that little bit of a playbook. They had a couple extra pages in the back to get past and then find these answers to Zach, DeBoss, and Doggo. So congratulations to them, of course, the champions of the Australian region. Second place goes to Doggo and Zach DeBoss, and of course, third place to the underdogs, or up-and-comers, Moxie and Roscoe.
Yeah, removing Asmodee and Elsem from even being here on the podium in the first place. And I've heard it before how the most difficult positions to lose in throughout a bracket usually are like just outside the top, to like 33rd, like a 17th, a 9th. But second specifically, just being right out of range of getting to that next tier of those placements. But the fact that they were right there both of those times, I know I said earlier that every opportunity is every loss is an opportunity to learn from. There's going to be some hard VOD reviews to go back on, but of course, I think that they will be able to come back very strong. They look phenomenal. They were just off of closing those games. The biggest thing is just the adaptation skill from Van Hipka was just too much. They figured out what they needed to focus on, and they did it very well. And we're going to get ready to toss it over in a moment to what else we got up.
Well, of course, we're not even done for today, let alone the weekend. We've still got Southeast Asia after this. So we are going to go to a short little break, and when we come back, we'll, of course, be bringing you that Winter Championship doubles for Southeast Asia. Stick around, y'all.
Cover to dodge down. There's that recovery covering the high, and that is, oh, wait a minute. No shot, no shot, no shot. A ton right now. That's going to be a D-Light Seer, getting them away. Changes his focus.
Oh!
And that was not what you wanted to happen.
Didn't need to do that. That was a little bit, but okay. Save him. Save him. A little more. He's back. What's
Only
the team
hands.
combo? What's the team combo?
Only hands.
Dangerous spot to be in. We saw Doggo kind of hunting below just in case. Down 6 connects. Zach the Boss keeps hitting.
Even if they can't get too many big combos, that's 2 lances that are just constantly going to check your approach.
He's down 6. Just taking out space. This down.
He's all of a sudden, before they were just getting hit. This is very big, and look at that positioning Dev had. Like right next to the. It's going to be very, very difficult to get access to the weapon if you can at this point. You got that in front. Now last game, it's only getting
Damage advantage though. There's the cannonball left side. Doggo, Zach the Boss actually. He has made again with the edge guard. Doggo just put that on. It's around it, and still no KO. Got hit by that too. Zach got hit up. Down line for a combo, but it's gonna be Faye who falls, and Zach
another attempt at a reversal. Oh, tries to catch him again. Good job trying to shift target focus. That's
and take away space from Doggo. Doggo, with this cannon in hand, doesn't have a lot of big options here. Here's the team combo. Down light, side sig, and then just cover and take away space from Doggo. Doggo, with this cannon in hand, doesn't have a lot of big options here. Here's the team combo. Down light, side sig, and that's it. Faye and Hipka with the team combo. Close.
Who's going to win the doubles winner championship?
Booming Sandstorm.
for sure.
I think Boomy and Sandstorm will win the Winter Championship.
Modi and Elsum.
You know, according to the lore, I think Phazon and Cody Travis will win the Winter Championship.
Oh, the return of the Kings, Sandstorm and Boomy, baby, they're back.
Experience made will win.
I think the winners of the Winter Championship will be Luna's.
I'm thinking Sandstorm and Boomy will win the Winter Championship.
Luna is going. Wes and Power Ranger.
Kaina and Loris will win the South America Winter Championship.
Finning Youth will win the South American Winter Championship.
Power and Wes will be the Winter Champions this weekend.
Wes and Power are taking South America.
Loris and Kaina will win.
I think Godly and Fozy will win the Winter Championship.
Fozy and Godly will win the Winter Championship.
Fozy and Godly will take the Winter Championship.
Agnew and Blaze are going.
For EU, I think it's going to be Godly and Fozy, and then for NA, I got to go with the classic, Boomy and Sandstorm.
Look out from the other side. It's us against the world tonight. And the fear for you and me. We can build eternity. This secret we're fighting, we're hurting, don't be afraid. This secret we're bold, shining in the dark. When opposite worlds collide, we know there's nothing but space between us. We will crash under the burning sky. Only when opposite worlds collide. Cut the tightrope we walk on. Watched us falling for so long. We both know it's not too late. Without you, there's no other way. This secret we're fighting, we're hurting, don't be afraid. This secret we're bold, shining in the dark. When opposite worlds collide, we know there's nothing but space between us. We will crash under the burning sky.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
And welcome back to the Winter Championship 2023. We just concluded Australia. Now we're moving on to Southeast Asia. But before we get into the games, we want to plug a couple things real quick. Brawlhalla.com. brawlhalla.com/winter merch for everything you're looking for that chilly weather. Even though it's a little bit of a different season in Australia because they're in a different part of the world, same thing for South America. Get it now and then wear it when the weather changes. Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. There is a hoodie. There is a blanket. Duke talked about the person on Twitter that already got their blanket. I'm going to be ordering mine very soon. I hope it's not out. Order by February 12th or else it's gone. Don't be left out. Don't log on the 13th and be like, I'll probably be able to get it today, right? Remy, wrong. You won't be able to get it that day. It'll be gone. Don't be left out. Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. That is Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. Then we also have DreamHack San Diego this year. That will be the first LAN, ladies and gentlemen. Register now. You see it on the screen in big white letters. Register now. That is going to take place April 7th through the 9th at the San Diego Convention Center. Make sure if you are outside of America, you get your visa, passport, all that going. Honestly, it's probably too late, but get it anyway for the rest of the tournament instead of the rest of this year. Make sure, DreamHack San Diego, that's going to be a big one. The first LAN of the year, Remy, is always something special.
It really, really is. Every single time the LANs come back, and that first one, that's like, especially since it's like the first one since BCX, but since the other LANs that aren't BCX, it's going to be something extremely entertaining to watch. I can't wait for it, especially in sunny, beautiful California, where you won't need your winter's merch, but buy it anyway.
I don't know, the way I always see people at DreamHack LANs, or really LANs in general, is all of the gamers are always bundled up with their hoods up and everything, so actually you should be getting your winter merch.
Now that you mention it, it is that natural gamer cold-bloodedness.
It is.
You just kind of are always freezing, so you just wear your winter merch at DreamHack San Diego anyway. So
I got some meat on my bones.
Now you have more reason to buy it. Just go get your merch.
I'm more of a hot-blooded gamer, and I am going to be buying my merch regardless.
You're just going to be boiling.
Yeah, always.
Always.
I'm always warm.
Is that why you got rid of the hair? Because you were really hot?
Honestly, it certainly helps with heat regulation. I will not lie, but when it's cold, that means I get extra cold. But you know who's extra cold in the bracket right now? We're on Southeast Asia, ladies and gentlemen. That means our top 3 going. Hold on, I'm going to refresh the bracket, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, give me just a break right now. On the top side, we have Tax Evasion and Laz. April 15th is coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Shouts out Tax Evasion, my man
that's a
out
good
there.
one for us right now.
They're going to be going up against Hemwe and Eero, and then we are waiting on the elimination quarterfinals right now. It looks like Jerry K and Thoughtot came out over Yunpyo and LaPlum. And then we're waiting for Siren Vortex to fight Tiger and Keep the Poo Poo. But we're getting on into this one. Tax Evasion and Laz against Hemwe and Eero. Now, Remy, I know you remember, but Hemwe was the winner of Southeast Asia Winter Championship 1v1 edition.
How could I forget? I loved it.
It was unforgettable set. Incredible Bodvar play coming out from Hemwe. But no Bodvar right now. We are seeing... Remy, we saw weird team comps in Australia, and it seems like Southeast Asia just wants to show that they have maybe even weirder team comps out here.
I see nothing weird on this board. We're looking at Kaya, Taros, Algrim, and 2v2. That's weird to you? That's just the common nature of every region at this point.
I mean, I guess. I'm just not seeing any gauntlets on the screen whatsoever. That's why I'm really confused here.
It's
but we
a
are
new
seeing
wave, new year, you know? They came out here with something different for us. I do see that they brought over the Orion pick that we just saw take the other tournament. So what do you think about that pick so far?
I mean, I like an Orion pick in 2v2s, absolutely. I'm not looking at that the same way I'm going to look at the Negan pick that came out by any means. So I'm loving some Lance in 2v2s. I'm liking some Axe in 2v2s as well. I think it fits in 2s better than it fits in 1s. We're already seeing several Axes, of course, on the screen. Also on the Taros side of things, how are you feeling about that one?
Okay, well, Taros and 2s, we had a time where that was kind of like everywhere, and you were terrified of it. Now we're seeing it come back due to the Axe changes and the Hammer changes, and so far it's doing work in this game. A lot of damage has been put out. You can see the interruptions coming out with the Axe, and like the big hitboxes are doing their jobs, and the slow hitboxes are also allowing the teammates to follow up very precisely. Actually, you saw that Spear Sider get the KO, giving them that lead in this game, which they desperately need.
Now, blue team is just a little bit ahead at this point, but it could be staggered here. Actually, now the red team is in the lead because of Laz. He's not taking too much damage whatsoever, and we might get knocked out here. No actual edge guard being set up. Tax Evasion going down, missing the down air. Oh, ends up picking up that neutral light from Eero. That's actually going to stop the momentum from Himwe. I don't think it was actually going to lead to a KO straight away, but that side air from Tax Evasion on the right side will do it. Eero not having to deal with too much pressure from both members of the red team. It seemed like they were focusing on stripping the field, getting the weapons for themselves, and Eero was just chilling on that right soft platform all the way up in the air. So that's what really the blue team probably wanted to happen. Laz still living on the second stock, unable to be taken out. Tax Evasion actually coming in, relieving some of that pressure. Eero was looking for the recovery KO off the top.
And that is what that Algrim pick is for at this point. With that high of defense, that high of move speed, you're able to maneuver around all these hitboxes, all the pressure on the map, and get hit sometimes without losing that stock. We saw him ride that all the way into the deep of the red before getting knocked out off the left side. And he's coming back instantly into the fray, doing more work with the Lance pickup. The recovery's not going to take care of us off the top just yet. Himwe living to see another day, living to put out more hitboxes. Is that going to net them what they need in this game? Because like you said, Laz is living healthy. The side air and the NC going to take them both out. Separate angles. Red team takes the first victory.
And that was almost a potential blue team game, because I think it was, I can't remember whether it was Laz or Tax Evasion. It might have been Tax Evasion. Right there. That stomp from Himwe that missed. If we can get that in slow motion, rewind that back just a little bit. I know we're looking at the final KO, and this is huge, this is important, but if we can get that stomp that happened in the beginning of that final clip, that was huge. If we can get that, here comes, oh, maybe here it comes. Yeah, right here. That sidelight, that stomp. That just barely missed Tax Evasion. That would have been a stomp, probably into the neutral signature, or it could have been the side air.
Yep.
That probably would have been the KO right there, which would have put the 1v2 going on for Laz. But no, they didn't have to worry about that whatsoever, because that stomp was so low to the ground and ended up missing the aerial opponent.
Side light, always putting you just slightly above the ground at the end of it. Doesn't work out for the team combo, gives the red team that momentum, that lead into the second game. That was a close encounter, though. Maybe a legend swap, maybe not, but either way, a game that close, you have to feel like you can do something better, and we're going to see what the blue team does better, because I see an Azoth lock-in right now.
That means a lot of signatures, most likely. We're going to see a lot of signatures coming out. We are, of course, going to see that continued bow usage coming out from the blue team, swapping off of the Kaya onto the Azoth. A lot of those signatures coming out, that is going to up that KO potential. That is going to up that zone control as well. Thinking about how many signatures that Azoth has that control just giant spaces of area, have those kind of deceiving, lingering hitboxes that your opponent is like, oh, now I can go and punish. Actually, no, it was just a little bit too early. I'm falling into a hitbox. All of a sudden, I've been hit and spread from my teammate.
Yep, and seeing as it's bow in general, a lot of spreading is going to be happening as that sidelight sends really far. The downlight covering cross map. A lot of area control here for the blue team. Double downlight and Sig is going to be the closing option. Doesn't want to send him up or to the side. The KO isn't going to be found though, but as I say that, immediately after the down Sig gets charged up, sends him off to the right. Lance is doing a lot of work from Laz here. Neutral are going to come out, doesn't find the N-Sig, and the scoop is going to be the punish. On the other side though, Azoth finally getting that KO.
That was a nice turnaround for Eero, because he was taking a lot of punishment early on into this one. Has now already picked up 2 KOs. A little bit of the team combo there. Unfortunately, didn't have the right spacing for Axe into the unarmed side of things. Himmy was just a little bit too far away because he didn't have a weapon, didn't have that extended range. That was also a side air. Why do you think that was a side air and not a recovery?
Impatience, honestly.
Okay.
We got 3 axes on the screen. It's a throwback. It's some old school stuff happening. You're seeing the sidelight airs come through. You're seeing a big end-light hitbox. So much work coming out of all these kits here. The neutral is finally going to take him off the top there. And it's once again a situation like we saw in the previous game. Laz trying to set on this stock the best he can. And the blue team just playing with the momentum they have forward.
Every time he gets up to the main platform, he ends up getting hit and sent far away, which gives the 2v1 potential for the blue team. Then he gets back up to the platform, hit away again because he has so much damage on the stock. Even though they don't get the stock right away, they're still completely splitting up the red team, which gives them a lot of time to put out work on to Tax Evasion. But, I mean, even Laz's defense now not really holding up. They're both on their final stock and both even.
Yeah, we're going to need some high... It's not even about KO potential at this point. We're going to need some high damage coming through because at this point, they're still only on the lighter parts of the red for some of them. Now just entering the red. The ground pound's finally going to take him off, but at what cost? We see Tax Evasion at this deep red himself here.
Himwe trying to get back on. Ends up getting KO'd there. Blue team on final stocks. Tax Evasion has to be careful. Definitely has the greater damage between these two. Set up for the combo. What are they able to do? Not much. Tax Evasion sent away. Laz sent to the blast zone. That is gotta be it. This has to be a free edge guard for the other team. No, he's actually just going to land right on the main platform. Okay, tax evasion.
Tax evasion doing some work, but the side air is going to close off that game, evening up the score 1-1.
I'm seeing some strange choices coming out from the blue team, and a lot of it I think is on on Eero. If I'm looking at things, like I'm looking for that D-Light into the down sig. What's going on there? Yeah, that was an interesting choice.
Sometimes you just have to dig into your opponent's brain.
Okay.
And make them fear you.
Okay.
That's what that was. The downlight D-Sig, it wasn't going to connect, but now he's worried about it.
That was a down heavy for the morale.
Yes.
That was a morale booster in that moment.
The team vibes on the blue team are up right now, but the weapon combination on the red team, the combo at the start of the game, that's up for them.
Now, Eero is sticking with the Azoth pick here. Of course, everybody else sticking with their picks from the previous 2 games. That was a nice almost read attempt coming out from tax evasion, but we did have the dodge to get through the turnaround down air after the GC sidelight.
I feel like we're seeing a lot of GCs come out from Himway in general on both weapons. We know he likes that GC stomp on the hammer, but we're also seeing GC sidelights come out on the axe, the combo starters on his weapon kits. He likes to keep it aerial, makes it so he doesn't have to touch the ground, gets a little bit of leeway onto his opponent if they get that jump room.
Maybe he's just getting those flashbacks to where that hammer D-Light didn't actually make the connection. He would have GC'd that, then he's got it.
He's like, from now on, I'm going to play the aerial game. You do whatever you want down there. I'll handle them if they ever come back up.
If I'm just off the ground, I'm picking up a grounded opponent. If they're in the air, I'm picking up an aerial opponent as well.
Laz,
nice
taking it from his butt, goes for the GCN light.
Yep.
Himway said, I invented that, right? Sends him off with the side stick to the left. That's going to keep it a bit more even, but Bro is taking a lot of damage here on the Azoth.
All of a sudden, the defense is not coming through for Laz, but tax evasion is here to kind of pick up any of that slack whatsoever. That's the mark of a truly great 2v2 team. As tax evasion, he's taking a lot of hits here, but none of them are KO moves, so honestly, it doesn't matter.
He's at the point where the sidelight doesn't even go into there.
Yeah.
Someone needs to get him off this map.
He's still just flying around. He's throwing out signatures. Finally, Himway hits the side air to get the KO onto tax evasion. It is 4 stocks to 4, but tax coming in super clean on that final stock. Still white on that. Meanwhile, Eero's going to be in the same space, but a little bit behind, and in fact, a full stock behind coming in on final stock.
Now we have 2 lances in hand again. Laz just kind of feeling out the air. Tax evasion doing a lot of work in this game, though. The down stick comes out into the recovery, getting a bit more damage on Eero.
Now, if we're looking at the previous moves through the bracket from both of these teams, both of them are coming in on game 4 victories, going 3-1. Tax evasion and Laz over Yunpyo and LaPlume, and Himway Eero over Sire Vortex. So both of them coming in pretty confidently in 3-1 fashion.
Eero sitting on his last legs here as he enters orange on this Azoth. Now, Azoth kind of tanky, will survive a bit into the damage, but when they have this big of a lead, you have to do something quick before it gets too detrimental.
Laz searching for a weapon. He's going to get sent away as Eero swaps it off the field. No interruption.
Creates some space. Himway going to get punished for that end light from behind. And they're juggling him, going for this power play here. He might get KO off the top if he's not careful. The side stick from Himway is going to buy him some room. Says my teammate is going to land safely. The end lights are coming out now. Side stick, another end light.
He had the time to turn around and throw out that end light while those hitboxes were still active.
They are underestimating this Azoth character. They don't know about it. And at this point, you better know about it. That character's been out for a long time.
And I feel like most people, when they go on to Azoth, they kind of play the legend pretty similarly. There are a few people out there that are super unique, but by and large, people play Azoth kind of the same way. Himway doing some work here, now forcing the 1v1. His axe is starting to go crazy, like one more hit, and Laz is going to be an orange.
Laz finally getting some hits in of his own with the Lance neutralizer. The end light's going to be the punish on that landing, though.
Man, Laz is out here trying to juggle with Lance Nair like it is not current year anymore. He's looking for the old days of Lance Nair.
We have to let these guys cook. They're up there. Let them try what they know. We do see the axe in hand now, and it's doing a lot more work.
Oh, nice to get through that one fastfall down, hit the landing down air. Himway being very careful.
Yeah, you can see the restraint from Himway. You did not see a single hitbox come out while they were moving around each other in that circle like that. This axe is crazy, but the down air is going to close off the 3rd game.
And the taunt comes out on that one as well. You saw the flower with the tongue sticking out. Incredible work there from him. He almost ended up bringing that back. Then it looked like Laz was going to take it, and then there was the down air from Himwe at the end. Nice.
Wow. That's Hammer 101.
No swap from Eero.
0 swaps across the board. They're all going back into it with the legends that they chose. I mean, blue team did end up taking the win there. Eero kind of on the back foot there. Himwe doing a lot of work, heavy lifting for that team in that scenario. But Eero's already back at it, trying to show that it was just an off game from him. Gets the sideline there into the follow-up, and they're moving forward with that momentum.
Tax evasion. Turning around, putting out some damage onto his teammate. That let the blue team actually come around. Oh, are they going to get the stock off of that? Just barely. He dodges himself like into the 45-degree angle that moves him up into the wall so he can actually grab the touch. Himwe looking fantastic over here. Meanwhile,
barely misses that down line, but Eeros is going to make up for it with the ground pound on the right side, like you just said. The amount of stage control that these two are exhibiting right here, they're absolutely everywhere. You can see the neutral airs from both parties, the downlights into the follow-ups from Himwe, and it's not stopping. Himwe keeping the hammer in hand, pushing tax evasion off to this left side here. He finally gets back into the middle, but Eeros is right there waiting for him. You can see the triple end lights come out on both. The amount of stage presence from these two is just terrifying right
There's the GC-DC that comes out. Himwe actually gets the immediate punish on a tax evasion.
He just did 3 end lights into the end. It's just Azoth things at this point.
Oh, that's going to get punished real quick. Nothing major, just the axe neutralite. Himwe mostly undamaged, so it's not a big deal whatsoever. Oh, that recovery almost picked up off the top. They don't quite get the follow-up from Eero onto that down air. That probably wouldn't have been the KO. There is one from Himwe onto Laz.
I don't know what changed, but we're seeing a lot more SIGs come out from Azoth this game. We were seeing them slightly. I think in the first time he picked it, we saw like 2 SIGs that hit towards the end, and now they're just coming out like water. After the end lights, you're seeing the end SIGs, you're seeing the side SIGs, and then covering with the end light, you're seeing even the axe SIGs come out as well.
It could just be that comfortability, like that first game you swap onto the Azoth, you're like, okay, I'm going to play this a little bit more chill. I'm going to figure out what they're doing. I'm going to figure out where my SIGs can actually fit in before I 100% commit to that signature game plan that almost everybody uses when they pick Azoth. But now he feels comfortable. They just picked up the game. They victory last game. Now we're in game 4. They can take the 3-1 here, get a repeat of their previous set. Now Eero's the only one on second stock. They're in the 2v1 against tax evasion. A little bit of a weird follow-up there. I don't know how much they practice the like left to right combos when they're not on either side. Oh man, still dropping these 2v1 team combos where they have the option. It seems like they need to practice that a little bit more. That's really important when you're in these 2v1s because you can still get the victory without them, but man, having that in your toolkit, incredible.
It's always important to have 2v1 combos ready, even if it's not the last stock that you're taking someone out of. Those power plays in between stocks when the opponent teammate is gone is when you pull out your 2v1 combo, you get yourself a gigantic lead. Or maybe you hit both of them in it. Who knows? As long as you have those combos, you're always going to be in a really good spot if you ever get a good hit.
But they knew they didn't actually need an extended combo there. All you had to do was charge up that side heavy. You're playing Taros. You're going to have all that strength behind it. Your opponent was in the red after the move that your opponent or that your teammate just sent them into you with. Take them, and they're gone.
Now we see a lot of lands coming out from Laz in that last game. 97 on the axe. Surprising considering how much work we saw him do in the game just before that towards the end. I thought we'd get more axing play out after that. He was looking really good there for a second.
The axe was also looking very good on Himwe as well. That last game, it was a little bit spread more between axe and hammer. 254 on axe, 197 on hammer. But before that, it was like 44 damage on hammer. And then the rest was done on axe. So that shows strong axe, strong hammer.
All right.
We haven't seen necessarily a lot of those signatures, except for we're seeing the axe down sig, one of these stronger signatures that you just use on its own without any sort of
throw
setup.
That one out there, gives you that circular hitbox protection from all angles. We did see it get punished, but it's the one he's throwing out the most. It's the one that's probably going to get him the most work done.
So great work. That's going to be another 3-1 as they move on into the grand finals. That means Tax Evasion and Laz are going down to the elimination finals. They're going to fight the winners of our next set. Remy, who do we have?
We have Sire and Vortex versus Jerry K, and I can't see that one.
Dot.
Okay, I
got you.
You just got to be careful right there.
I got you.
All right, we got them and their characters in the back here. Don't remember if these are the characters that they usually play or what's being reported, but Hattori Val, Mordex Fate. We got 2 double weapons on both sides, double sword versus double scythe.
I feel like, again, we're seeing sort of a vintage team composition is like, with a Hattori Val, super normal. Val used to be like everywhere in twos. Hattori used to be everywhere in
I can't
twos.
even look at it. That's a comp I know too well. We got to talk about that one. We got to talk about that one. All right, we got the viewer vote down in chat. We're seeing, it's a little lopsided.
Ooh.
It's a little lopsided.
Oh, it even just went down. Dude, come on. Can we get a 3? We got the 3. Can we get 4?
We got believers in chat.
Imagine a 4?
5.
A 9? Okay.
Okay, guys, you're getting too confident. You're getting too confident.
These are the gamblers.
Back
These are
out,
the gamblers that are checking the odds and like, yo, but if it hits though.
Wait, they took it. They took it.
Yep.
Whatever.
That's the worst thing is when you're early in on the odds bet and you're like, I'm gonna clean up on this one.
A lot of people just lost a lot of money, Sparky.
Yep.
And I'm one of them. That's really bad for me. Someone change my vote, please.
Hey, Remy's up here. Trust me, he is down millions. Do not get it twisted, ladies and gentlemen. But
hey, keep gambling.
What we can see on the screen, what you and I can see. Okay, now what we can see on the screen, we're seeing a little bit more of a standard combo coming out. We're seeing the Hellboy. That means a cross pick.
I like it.
I do too.
Everyone likes it.
Yes.
Everyone likes it.
This is what I expected to see. I expect to see a lot of this weekend. Gauntlets, definitely. Of course, we're going to have double gauntlets.
Yep. I thought the changes would push people away from double gauntlets, but all I see now is that you play double gauntlets, but one of the gauntlets is crossed, so that when they end light and it goes up, you know what they're looking for.
Yep, they're looking for the insig.
They're looking for the
They're looking for the insig
On the other side,
every
we
single
do
time.
have that Hattori Val with crossovers. We got Zuko and Stevani coming through for us here. It's a crossover full match.
Yeah, what? Wow. Okay. Showing out big for the crossovers. We have 4 completely unique crossovers here.
Podiums pay themselves. What can I say?
Yes, this is SEA coming out big. We also saw some good skin game last game, and we saw the Appa sidekicks coming out as well. The double side Appa sidekicks.
Appa sidekicks are too hard.
It's good.
They were in the bag when they made those.
It's good. It's good for sure. Keep in mind this is elimination semi-finals.
Loser is going home at 4th place.
That's going to be tough. That's going to be a tough finish, especially for players like Sire and Vortex. I mean, even Jerry K has picked up gold medals before.
You've always heard in the region as time went on, and now there's new players that are kind of climbing up, taking that higher spot, but Jerry K still keeping it threatening in this 4th position match right here, trying to play for the 3rd spot.
Thought is going to be the only player here without a gold medal. And even the only 3-digit player when everybody else in this game actually, so Sire and Jerry K are 5-digit earnings players. Vortex is a 4-digit earning player. Meanwhile, Thought, you know, kind of standing on the shoulders of giants. We'll see how Thought come out in this game as we go over to the Western Air Temple for game 1.
Appa at home. You can see him in the background just chilling. Let's see who he's going to have to go grab first in this match here. The Gauntlets are coming through, and they are doing the work you expect of them. There's an air follow-up into the blast follow-up, and they're chasing him off stage.
Sire schmoving all over the stage.
Jerry
we know
K.
that cross hits hard, but I feel like he is just moving so fast.
Jerry K made it back, but that just signals what kind of game this is going to be in, as Sire, with the blasters, is Sair after Sair after Sair, and Cody Travis just switched regions.
I feel like I'm watching, like, Lucian. The way he's moving all over the stage, his jump side airs are so quick. He's picking up so many different players. But no, he's on cross, which means we're not looking at 3 strength or 4 strength. We're looking at huge strength coming out from the cross
Huge
pit.
damage coming out.
Vortex.
And lower damage on the Val, but we're seeing Vortex do a lot of work. We've been looking at Sire talking about the blasters, but the sword on Vortex and the gauntlets, he's been everywhere, ready to follow up, ready to set up for those blaster Sires, ready for the coverage that needs to be done. Vortex making it back to the map here, and everyone's in the red, and Sire is going to net the 2nd KO of the match before almost losing his own stock. Not just yet.
Defensive cross still coming in here, defeating the sword recovery as a KO move. I don't know who they're really focused on right now. It seems like they're turning their sights onto Vortex now that it wasn't working onto Sire. But again, now Vortex is the one living, while Sire is just running around in the background. Finally, they get that nice pickup there from Thought on the corner.
Yeah, they are going to be happy that they got those stocks, but honestly, Blue Team's also going to be happy they lost those stocks synchronized at the same time, able to keep that momentum and get back on together to do some work. As I say that, they're getting work done on them at the same time with these team combos coming out from the red team. Downlight Sarah again going to tack on some more damage to Sire, and this is kind of the first extended period of time we're seeing him on the gauntlets. Doesn't look as comfortable as the blasters.
Now keep in mind that there are stances shown on the in-game stats, but there are also stances shown on the in-game screen right now. You can see it on the bottom, what stances they're using. I know there was a person in chat last week that called for that, and we got it this week, baby.
We're growing every day. It's Brawlhalla Esports. Sidelight recovery is going to net another KO for the Hellboy, and Vortex is the last one on his team with that second stock as Hellboy takes a lot of punishment.
Neutral light from Vortex, sending Thought Audit, actually going to move over, support Sire if he needs it. A little bit of team damage, but no, he turns it around and actually finds the hit onto Thought Out again, splitting up the red team. Nice down air, again, splitting up the red team. They're trying to come together. The blue team's trying to tear him apart.
Sarah's barely going to miss, and Sire switches to the Blaster's first chance he gets. The unarmed Enlight is going to tag on a bit more damage, but he gets a bit more damage on himself on the way back to the map, but he is very, very much in danger. Sire gets the downlight Sared, sent off into the blast zone. The edge guards are coming through the downlight ground pound. He did what Luna couldn't, and he closes off the stock.
Shade being thrown by a former world champion. And now we might see here why the 2v1 combos are so important. If they can set that up without taking too much damage, that puts them in almost the spot to grab a free game. But see, they're not able to pick it up. So Vortex is able to sit on those soft platforms. Western Air Temple coming through for Vortex, giving him that sort of resting area, that safe area where they can't stage positioning for a 2v1 combo.
Now, Vortex is in a very winnable position here. You can see Jerry K very damaged on this last stock. Goes for the NSIG, doesn't quite connect, but the punish is not going to be too dire for what it was worth. Vortex taking it easy. He knows that he just needs that one good hit on Jerry K. Dot has no jumps, no options left. You saw the sweat beats come out. The side stick's going to close that out, and he's going to keep Jerry K away and get the side as well for the double knockout.
Vortex at one time was one of the best 1v1 players in Southeast Asia. Based off of that, using that stage so perfectly. Like, yes, those soft platforms gave him that safe area, but he was able to use that correctly. Didn't fall into a 2v1 combo whatsoever, was able to move in on one, hit them away, move in, turn around, hit the other. Incredible work coming out from, wow, I just can't believe Vortex picked that up.
Such beautiful pressure. You saw the side sig come out. You saw the call out from me about the no jumps. The sweat beats came out. Jerry K wasn't there for his teammate in that moment, couldn't help him fast enough, and Vortex just capitalized perfectly, got the side stick, closed that game out for his team. Now, Sire, he was hot to start. Jerry K, he was doing some work, but Vortex was the MVP of that game for sure.
Put out 684 damage. Huge for Vortex. Going into the strength stance again gives him a little bit more in terms of the KO potential. That is something that you are going to feel when you lock in that Val, which is why a lot of players, pretty much the majority of players, are locking in that strength stance.
Yep, it's very important, especially on the sword kit, to have as much strength as possible, because sword is one of those weapons on a lot of these characters where you're usually looking to KO with that downlight recovery, with that downlight Sarah. With those light attacks, so high force matters so much for you. As we speak on downlight recovery, Jerry K eats one and gets sent up high. He's going to get tagged by another recovery here. It's him and Sire, seeing who's going to get knocked out first.
Now, Sire did do 394 damage last game, which is not a bad number whatsoever. But what he also did was take 573 over a very long period of time. So he was a target for the other team for a very long period of time. His second stock was a little bit short, but other than that was solid. That gave Vortex the room that he needed to run around in the background and do that 684.
Sire lost the first stock, but he's also going to take the first stock from the red team. Jerry K finally loses it. The double sidelight into the recovery. Gauntlets are not too different after all. You keep those same basic reads, same options that you love to go for, and it does net you stocks like that as the blue team takes the first advantage here.
Glad to see those sidelight options because it wasn't as present last week as much as I thought it was going to be, but it is, of course, still alive and well on the weapon, exactly as you said. Sire is spending a lot of time on the blasters here. It's been so much blasters gameplay, 235 damage compared to the 140 from Gauntlet's last game, but it seems like comfortability on blasters is definitely the most.
Truly, we are seeing the blasters go to work here. As you saw that edge guard position he was in 1v2, sent Jerry K back onto the map and kept the pressure on Thought off stage. He does end up unarmed, gets sided by his teammate, and that's going to seal his fate as Jerry K confirms it with the ground pound. But Vortex just now losing that second stock. The red team very damaged, able to fall here, and they can play around that that kind of positioning.
Ooh, Sire in sweat beats here, was getting juggled by Thought, then got juggled by Jerry K. So this is an interesting point in the match because Jerry K is so damaged, because Thought is so damaged. All of a sudden, it's now 3 stocks to 3. The blue team is in the lead, and if they get this stock off of Jerry K, the blue team is in a massive lead. Sire's doing a great job of not taking too much damage. You see that side air coming from Sire. Unfortunately, that was from the left side of the stage, sending over to the right. D-Light recovery, no, he actually goes for the D-Light side air, of course.
Now, Sire has gone like at least 6 hits here without getting touched once. That is beautiful work from him, especially since Thought was also the one on that 1 stock count. Now, Jerry K has joined him, and Vortex is still sitting on that 2nd stock. So just so much value out of Sire's hits here. You can see the blaster still going to work on that offstage position, side air into another side air before finally getting tagged for, like, I think the first time, like, 8 hits.
Recovery's coming out from Jerry. He's chasing Sire in the air. The weapon toss is actually going to halt the momentum from Jerry. Lets Sire land. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thought is trying his best to take out this 2nd stock from Vortex, but he's not giving it up. That surely would have been it.
Vortex still living here. You can see Sire go for the double sidelight himself. Doesn't find it. Actually gets punished and sent up high, but the KO is not going to be there yet. The side air is going to confirm that stock. Jerry K and Sire. Sorry, Jerry K and Thought still just kind of looking for the combo now.
Ooh, just a little bit too far away for how low damage Vortex was. Doesn't even have to work too hard for that one. Got sent into the weapon that he then picked up, threw out the side sig, picking up both members of the red team for the KO.
You were talking about how he once upon a time was the best 1v1 player. Now he's just the best 2v1 player, apparently.
I'm saying, man, Vortex is so nasty.
Pick up the gauntlets into the insta-down sig.
Ooh,
Jerry,
that's
we do
tough.
a little bit of trolling. Probably do a little bit of trolling, but that is going to be a confirm from Vortex. If you give him the opportunity, of course he's going to take it. Gets the side stick on both of them, clutches up game 2 in another 2v1 situation, and we see some legend swaps in the lock-in.
I got okay, something maybe a little bit more familiar with what we might see the rest of this weekend. Never mind.
Well, I mean, we got Luke.
Yes.
He's going to be familiar this weekend.
Absolutely. So when we look at the damage between these 2 players of Sire and Vortex, it's split more evenly this time. 545 from Sire, 541 from Vortex.
Yeah, we definitely saw that.
That's sort of always that important change that we like to see from the absolute best 2v2 teams in the biz. They have the potential for player A to carry. They have the potential for player B to carry. They have the potential for them to kind of shift and share the load between them. Like, oh, my backpack's too heavy on this one. Can you carry all of these rocks? Yes, I will carry all of these rocks and put them in my backpack for when we go up to the top of the mountain where we are transporting the rocks for some unknown reason, and we'll never find out as we get into this next game on Apocalypse.
What do you mean we'll never find out?
Look, maybe I was going to try and sell subscriptions,
Bro,
but I'm not going to try and sell
the
subscriptions.
story, and now I have to be enthralled into the gameplay again.
That's one of those, like, always leave them guessing, leave them wanting more, and they'll never be satisfied.
What will we do with these heavy rocks that we've carried to the top of the mountain? Find out in the next edition of Winter Championships next year. But for now, we have this edition right here. And for this one, finally, the red team takes the lead pretty early.
A massive lead as well. Sire's actually doing a great job of not taking too much damage, but Jerry's in the orange, Thought's in the orange. We are in Apocalypse. Of course, you mentioned that Luke coming out. You just saw the down signature. He hasn't been using too many of those whatsoever. It was only one signature from Sire
It's a Luke
last
special. Game. You start using Luke, and then you use all the 6 because the voice lines come on. Like, you don't, on Hellboy, they're quiet, you don't care. On Cross, quiet, you don't care. You see Luke come out, and it's instant down sigs and sigs coming out everywhere. And we do see another KO from that team combo there. The end light into the side sig. Blaster's end light, very good at setting up those combos, and you see it come on in full force right there.
It went from a massive red team lead to a very small red team lead, and actually might be disappearing. There's the recovery from Vortex, even though they picked it up on the edge guard. It was a KO off the top because Thought was so damaged. Sire is still an incredible spot on this first stock. Vortex was starting to take quite a bit of damage on second, but Jerry K has now met him in the same spot, so it's not as big of a deal anymore.
And you were talking about how the players trade their rocks and their weight, and this time it's Sire tanking these stocks, staying completely alive on that third one because of the fact that Vortex lost that one early, like we mentioned, and he got another KO off there, and now they're somehow in the huge lead.
If Vortex falls here. If the red team is able to grab this stock without taking too much damage, they're going to find themselves in a much better spot than they are now. Jerry K getting sent over to the left side. They're looking for Thought here. Sent far, but not far enough. Barely off stage. They're actually turning both of their sights onto Jerry K to put as much damage on his final stock as they can. Take him out of the game.
And you can see every single time they even get a hit onto Vortex, a bit of damage. Sire is there with the blasters, ready to cover his teammate, ready to protect him. And Jerry K on his last legs here in the 2v1 position. The NCs are coming out, not going to connect the side stick, pushes Vortex onto that last stock. He dropped that stock at the start of the game. 3 minutes later, he finally loses it.
Jerry K cannot manage to take another hit, and unfortunately for Jerry K fans out there, he does. Thought forced over on the edge. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking like Vortex wins the 2v1. He's done it twice. There's no shot that they lose this 2v1, right? Sire has 2 stocks to his name. Okay, Thought might have a big moment here. Gets carried actually over to the wall by the recovery. We haven't seen too much organization from the blue team on how they want to play this, and I think that could be partially because Thought is just playing over on that wall and over on that corner. Ooh, a little bit of a drop there from Vortex to pick up after the GC Ensig from Sire. Probably doesn't have that one to practice, but we are seeing, like you said, using so many more signatures once the loot comes out.
The voice line diff. But a lot of signatures you did mention right there, and even coming out from Vortex now with the down SIGs and end SIGs, it seems like Thought playing off stage is keeping these guys on their toes. They have a lot of leeway, though, as you're seeing here. They're eating some hits, and it doesn't even matter. More signatures are coming out. They're just saying, all right, one of these has to land. The wall slips kicks in, and he finally has to come back to the stage, but does not get tagged at all. Downlight there is going to be the option choice to send him off stage.
Is there going to be another weapon toss? Playing this one low. Nice. Side air off the stage. Going to bounce off the wall. Not immediately KO. GC sidelight. After the wall bounce, Sire picks that one up, and that is going to be a 3-0. And we talk about the rocks, Remy. We talked about the rocks.
Tell me
They're
about
sharing
the rocks.
690 damage coming out from Sire. Not too shabby on Vortex either. 488. That's a lot of rocks.
Almost 700 damage. He didn't say give me the rocks. He just gave him the whole book bag.
Yep.
He gave him the whole book bag. He said you can carry both up the mountain this time, and they will eventually find out what is up there. Vortex, he's just sitting back. He said, I did my part. I want us those 2v1s. It's your turn.
He said, now it's my turn. I'll give me the rocks. I'll take the rocks. And we're going to get up this mountain together. Jerry K and Thought being knocked out in 4th place.
That
not
Jerry
get
K
the podium.
graph does not look good for him. Look at how fast those stocks went by. All 3 of them, the last 2 specifically, just disappearing.
And can we get 1, 2, 3 graph?
It's not that fast.
1, 2, 3. JK. Okay. All right. I want everybody to look on their screen. Look at the graphs. We're looking at the graphs. They're kind of in the middle, top middle of your screen. I want you to look all the way down at Sire's graph. That is the bottom graph. First stock, fantastic. Spent virtually half the game. Let's just say 51%. So majority of the game on that first stock, of course. But then look at that second stock. Starts, takes a little bit of damage there. Look at that. Is it a flat line? I think that's just a straight flat line from what I can see here. Yeah, that is a long period of time taking literally 0 damage. Look at the damage distribution from Jerry K and Thought. 123 on the sword, 14 on the spear. I guarantee you some of that time Sire was fighting Jerry K, finding hits and not taking any of them.
You're saying that, and all I could think about was how he did like 540 on blasters and like 34 on gauntlets right there. That was a damage split for weapons for sure. Blasters players just scare me. I'm sorry.
I'm telling you, they are good Blasters players are built differently because I'll see them. I'll see the Boomies of the world. I'll see, of course, the Van Thurls of the world, and I'll log on to the game and think, oh, I'm going to be like Mike. I'm going to be like MJ here and pull out the Blasters. Nothing. I ain't got nothing like them.
You have nothing on Van Thurl. Don't even compare yourself to him.
No, true. So true. You're not going to hear anything from me on that one. But we are going to be moving into just a short break. While we're in the break, make sure to go to brawlhalla.com/winter merge. Pick it up before it's gone on February 12th. Make sure if you want to follow along with the bracket, you can look at it in Odin's Journal if you are watching on Twitch. If you are not watching on Twitch, go to start.gg/.com/. Okay, hold on. We're going to roll that one back. I'm still a little bit flustered from that Blasters gameplay.
It's right there on your screen.
It's right. It's on my screen.
It's on your screen.
Start.gg/Brawlhalla. That'll give you links to past past, present, and future tournaments this year. Make sure to look there if you want to follow along with your players along in the bracket. Remy,
do not go anywhere. We will be right back with your final 3 of the tournament.
Sorry. Brawlhalla. All you need is love. I scratched my guitar.
Introducing the newest game mode, Dice and Destruction. Test your luck in this new timed game mode. Score points by getting KOs. Lose points by getting KO'd. The player with the most points at the end of the game wins. Whether it's raining bombs or flying sidekicks, you never know what the dice is going to land on. During the raining bombs, try catching one out of the air to throw it in a direction opponents aren't expecting. Bonus, your sidekicks still won't hit you when flying by. During the defense down, when the time runs out, all players will be healed back to full, regardless of their health before the dice roll. Play all this and more now in Battle Pass Season 7 Brawlhalla Quest.
And we are back with the Elimination Finals. We have Tax Evasion and Laz versus Sire and Vortex to see who ends this one on the podium in 3rd place and who moves up into the Grand Finals to face off against Himwe and Ero.
Okay. Himwe and Ero looked pretty scary up there in the winners finals, especially with that convincing win over Laz and Tax Evasion. And Sire and Vortex just came off their match with a pretty convincing win, looked really strong. So let's see how they go into Tax Evasion and Laz. I actually am really interested to see that because they had to be in the losers bracket for a reason, and those guys were in the winners for a reason. Doesn't matter that they got stomped up there because now they're down here versus someone that just stomped. So what's going to happen? It's going to be magic to see.
We are basically seeing who actually gets to fight the team that already sent them down, because it was the winners semifinals that Himwe and Ero sent down Sire and Vortex, and then of course it was the winners finals that you and I called that sent down Tax Evasion and Laz. So both of these teams have been eliminated from the upper side of the bracket by Himwe and Ero, and now they're going to fight each other. So this is like a true, essentially first, second, third place finish, how this one works out, where we can really say, oh, they beat them, so then transitive property, they beat them, and then therefore they beat them. But we're going into this one with, of course, the standard picks that we saw already, the kind of more popular modern meta team coming out from Vortex and Sire with the Val and, of course, that Luke, and then the kind of old, little bit older meta coming out from the other side with the Ulgrim and the Orion.
Okay. Now, the matchups here, we're going to see the Gauntlet side of things, looking for those hype team combos, those fast execution plays. And on the double land side, we're going to look for the pressure, the big weapon hitboxes, the movement around the map. The thing is, with Lance, when it comes to these Blasters matchups and the Gauntlet matchups, if you put your attack out in the wrong spot, it can be to your detriment. You can end up getting punished for a lot. There's the downlight there into the 3-piece like I was just talking about. A big punish to that Sayer.
Now we are, of course, here on Enigma, which is going to have the most soft platforms in the game for any tournament legal map, coming in at a whopping 3. That was a nice spot dodge coming out from Sire. He didn't immediately go for the side air or the recovery after picking up the D-Light because one of the other red team members was immediately pushing onto him, and he could have gotten the hit.
Now, the game was pretty even just a couple seconds ago. Out of nowhere, the blue team, just with a huge momentum play off that GCD light into some team combos on the left side, take this lead here, and they're adding even more damage on top of tax evasion.
They've now fully wiped the red team a single time each, and continuing the follow-ups, you saw it on the right side. Sire was doing a great job. He ended up putting a little bit of team damage out, but it was a neutral layer on his teammate who was already well deep into the red, so it's really not a problem whatsoever for him to do that because he also added up that damage onto the red team. But the red team did a great job of evening this one up quickly here. They're not too far behind whatsoever as Sire spawns back in and is searching for a weapon, unable to find it as tax evasion grabs the spear.
Yep, you can definitely tell that these guys were taken down by the same team as how close their games are personally together. The Gauntlets are going crazy on the right side, though, with the one read. He does get the side GC sidelight into the sider. Doesn't quite KO yet, doesn't set up for the edge guard, but it is going to be some damage you're happy to have on tax evasion here.
Now, Sire was just over on the corner, but we didn't see the red team immediately put their focus onto Vortex, probably because they're worried about what Vortex was able to do in the 1v2 earlier. If they tunnel vision onto him, he could just run away using those soft platforms like we saw previously, or he could just straight up win that 1v2 like we've already seen him do as well. Neutral signature picking up both with that second swipe.
Charged recovery is going to interrupt the aggression there. Now, if things continue as they have been, the red team's going to lose their stock here, and the damage is looking like they're going to be the ones to end up on the bottom foot here, so they have to do something. Things can't continue as is. They have to change up. That's one move there. That's another one. The change is coming. You can see the blue team wiped clean again. Laz not taking too much damage with tax evasion, needs to play this one a bit more carefully.
Now, one thing we saw Tax do previously on maps that had soft platforms was extend his spear combos by canceling onto those soft platforms. Oh, he didn't get it that time, of course, because Sire was coming in there, hit the side air.
Downlight's going to connect. Well, Downlight's not going to connect. Laz doing a bit of 1v2ing here. As you can see, tax evasion trying to only come in when necessary, going for these downlights from a distance, trying to get combos for his teammate, but not trying to commit himself into the fight as he is very much damaged here. Laz doing a good job of playing around it, playing by himself. You can see the hits still coming through on the Lance, and the blue team are actually going towards him. They're trying to get this 2v1 on. They see that tax evasion is taking the defensive game. He finally goes in, gets downlight recovery. The stock is gone. Laz on his own here. Does he have the oomph to do what Vortex did before?
No, not anymore. Okay, the weapon toss. Even then, the Gauntlet neutral light didn't KO. 604 damage coming out from Sire there. Great follow-ups from this blue team. We did see some great turnarounds coming out from red, though, to pick up those KOs when they were really far behind.
Man, if I had $1 for every time someone has like down aired into a weapon throw trying to get back to the map, I have like $10.
That's well, I don't know how far that's going to get you in this economy these days, Remy.
Man.
Oh, 0 axe damage coming out from Laz. That's surprising.
We've got a lot of cosplayers today, bro. What is Costlix doing here?
I don't know. He's not allowed to play in this region. Someone check him, PC.
All right, we have the same map here back on the tri-platforms. Something about it just felt right to these teams. Neither of them decided to switch out. The Gauntlets, once again, doing extreme amounts of work here. The early combo game is going to add on a bit more damage. The flash knuckle is going to get him off to the right side. The edge guard can't be completed, though. Lance just has a really good... Oh, my.
Sire ends up falling. All of the chaos that happened on the right side, he just wasn't able to touch in time. He was moving over to the wall, ended up getting slightly hit away. Even though he had low damage on that stock, it sent him far enough away that he couldn't get back over to the wall. That's a heartbreaking first stock loss for Sire, who's doing such a fantastic job. The damage output from both of the blue team members were just amazing. But all of a sudden, this red team really waking up. They found that moment, were able to capitalize, nice. That's a KO off the top, but Sire has taken over 100 damage in the meantime.
Now, Sire losing that stock gave them that time to make that power play onto Vortex, who took a lot of damage in that downtime. Ended up with Sire coming back and closing off those 2 stocks. But like you mentioned, he's heavily damaged here, but
That's
he
huge.
is not letting them stop him there. Another self-destruct at this point in the
It's
game.
like the blue team is getting too confident in their own skills because they started that amazing. Probably the reason Vortex was still out there almost getting hit by that recovery was because he interrupted the recovery from tax evasion. So he didn't have that as an option to hit, which can hit on both sides. Also, of course, didn't have that as a recovery option to get back over to the wall, keep himself from falling. Even with those 2 SDs that were massive for the red team, Laz is very much deep in the red. Tax evasion's very much deep in the red. We could see this turning around.
I mean, the downstate is going to get interrupted, but we see it once again. Enlight into the weapon toss is going to find that KO from Laz. They need to take him off the stock, and then they need to look for that power play on tax evasion. They are only slightly behind. Even with 2 SDs, like you mentioned, they are in a position where they can bring this game back. But Laz, he refuses to lose that stock. The neutral airs are coming out the side light. Doesn't find the neutral air follow-up after, and you can see they're zoning him away and putting that pressure onto tax evasion here. Sire just running past him, goes for the downstate, doesn't find it.
No follow-up there from tax evasion. He tried to go for the side air, but it didn't make a connection, okay? Oh, that is going to take off the top. Charged it just a little bit to get through the spot dodge from Sire after picking up the side light neutral air.
That's going to be,
a
bit inspirational for the combo.
Still not going to get it. Still living in this one. But he's not going to find the 1v2 that he found so successfully in previous sets. And off the back of some solid play towards the end, and of course 2 SDs from the blue team, we're going into game 3, a tied set, Remy.
1-1. I mean, as blue team there, you've got to feel something, because look at how close you got it, and off the back of 2 SDs. One very late into the game on a very fresh, well, they were both on fresh stocks, but one just kind of out of nowhere, deep into the game. Like, you messed up at the start. You're like, okay, fine, we messed up. Let's keep the ball moving. Let's see what we can keep doing. And then it's like, wait, we can't move this ball. We were carrying all these rocks to the top of the mountain.
So,
and Laz's graph, by the way.
Yeah, look at that. Just survived so long on that, not final stock, but second stock. Probably 60% of the game on that second stock.
We do finally have a legend switch up here. Vortex is going to move on to that Bryn pick. We're seeing one of the gauntlets drop. Now, I don't know, because the Val pick, the Michelangelo, was doing a lot of work. It was actually heavy sword play and the gauntlet follow-ups that were getting them a lot of the leads they had and keeping them in that game from behind. If you did an SD, you have a completely different game here, but he says, I want a completely different game anyway, and he switches up the legend.
Yeah, if we're looking at the damage split, well, I mean, it's tough because last game they didn't do a lot of damage because they weren't allowed to do a lot of damage because they SD'd 2 of their stocks. But yeah, exactly like you said, like aside from all of that, I was really liking that Val pick, but maybe they just want a little bit more utility coming from the spear, a little bit more range to deal with some of these lances coming out. Maybe they just want a more standard game.
Right. Well, the game is as standard as we're going to get. It's staying relatively even once again. Sire taking the brunt of the, I mean, not taking the brunt of the damage here. The Vortex is taking the brunt of the damage for the blue team here. Sire kind of laxed on the orange as everyone enters the red. The side air on the axe is going to KO, and the blaster is going to get the next KO. Better team damage there at the end, but Sire is going to be fine with it. He actually tags him back as soon as he gets a little footing on the map. It is going to lead to him getting KO'd on the left side by Laz there, and the red team trying to even up the stocks before Vortex makes it back, and they're not getting a chance.
Ooh, getting caught in the chainsaw from Laz. Didn't even need to charge that one whatsoever. Gets the KO, and we have a pretty even game, though both Laz and Tax Evasion are very much in the yellow. Probably about 70 damage on this stock. Now Tax, I believe, is in the orange. Nice 2-piece. Doesn't find the neutral air from Laz follow-up because Sire still had the dodge after that sidelight neutral air from Laz's lance.
Now Vortex with the downlights, he's moving around this map extremely well. We're seeing a lot of axe hits pick up, the side airs, the downlights on the ground. It feels like he's doing so much work. That's not going to lead into a recovery, but it doesn't matter because he's right there to get the KO on the right, switch immediately to the left for the follow-up.
Tax is able to get back onto the main platform. You see him immediately head over to his teammate. Both of them were unarmed, but now Laz has an axe in his hand. Vortex also unarmed, looking for the neutral air pickup.
Beautiful cider and instantly gets the end light on the turnaround.
Goes right into that neutral signature from Tax, who gets the KO off the top. Blue team definitely in the lead here because Sire has taken so little damage on this stock as he continues to add it up onto Laz's last.
These blaster down airs
his blaster stairs are so good. He controls so much space.
Connection after connection. That one's going to lead to a KO off the bottom, and that puts the red team both on their last stocks. Laz taking a lot of damage on his.
Laz stuck over on the wall. Tax trying to make his way in, but he ends up getting zoned away just a little bit. Laz still has been stuck so long on that left side of the stage.
Now Laz just took 3 hits of team damage there. Not too detrimental as he is deep into that red already. The next hit from the blue team probably will just KO.
So we haven't seen Sire's ability to 1v2 just yet as Vortex gets sent very close to the blast zone. Tax coming in, the unarmed recovery missing because of the dodge. Vortex, nice down air, another one, there it is.
Get it. And it will be a 2v1, just not for the red team.
Now, before we saw Tax throw a lot of those down signatures out, and almost none of them were making contact.
Wow.
Ooh, sending up just a little bit and not far enough left for that side signature from Vortex to hit. Vortex taken out. Sire has 2 stocks here.
I mean, now if we see Sire lose this, you have to just say it's patch notes diff.
I don't know, man. Sire was 2nd place last week at the Winter Championship. Did get bodied by Himwe, don't get me wrong, but of course made it to 2nd place. You saw him trying to chase across the stage to pick up that recovery, catch Tax floating, and that is going to be that. That is it for that game. We are now going to be moving on into Game 4. It is 2-1 after Sire takes that 1v1 at the end.
Vortex just forgetting at the end there that the Gauntlet neutral light is going to send a bit more vertically instead of horizontally, and does go for the side sig. Doesn't make it that far. The force is reduced as well, so you got to kind of mix up your combo game. Now you do have that spear, so you do have that anti-air option to go for the downlight into the side, or maybe line it up for Luke's end sig, get that confirmed KO.
Now what a difference maker when the blue team doesn't SD 2 of their stocks.
It's definitely a different game. We're also in another different game, same map, same characters. You may be confused, but trust me, it's Game 4 we have on our hands here. The blue team getting the first set of weapons, and it's going to leave Tax Evasion looking for this land that he finally gets.
Vortex putting some punishment onto Laz. Already has him in the yellow. Just goes for the simple D-Light Cider because he knew Laz had a dodge. That has him orange. Vortex is just straight up winning the 1v1 against Laz.
Double. Once again, man. Once again.
Same thing. Same thing, same result. He's got to be looking for those neutral sigs more often.
Yep, neutral sigs, GC side sigs, reverse. A lot of options there, but the one you can't take is the one on the ground no longer.
That's going to be a very quick first stock loss. About 40 seconds into this game, Laz is going to fall. And Laz was one of the players, it wasn't that long ago, Remy, that we were talking about. Laz was the stock tank. He was the damage tank. D-Sig going to take Tax out as well. Vortex and Sire still in the orange. Have a short moment for the 2v1. Going to be chasing Laz very high into the sky. They were able to put out about 2, maybe 3 hits onto him before Tax came in, relieve some of that pressure. That dash D-Sig is not going to be the move there. Sire, of course, picking up yet another down air.
Now Vortex heavily damaged. You can see him kind of getting juggled by the axe combo. The Endlight's going to keep Sire away for a bit longer. Vortex on his way to help his teammate actually gets hit by the spear side air. It's going to be the first stock loss for the blue team. Sire is still opting to hold his for a little bit longer, trying to play this wall game with the blasters. You know, when blasters are off stage like that, it's very hard to get onto them. The side air just zones you away. The neutral air is keeping you at bay. The neutral air from unarmed on side on the top right of the map is going to KO Laz. And we were talking about the stock tanks, but now there's none on the red team as they both fall to their last.
Now we're seeing why Vortex swapped over to not necessarily this legend, as we've seen the signature usage definitely hit or miss, but mostly miss. But the spear, especially from Vortex, doing so much work this game. He opened this one up with the pure 1v1 against Laz. See what they got prepared for us. Let him cook. Maybe took that chicken out while it's medium rare. Some people like it that way. I'm not one of them.
I just thought they burned it. That was an interesting combo at the end there with the N-Sig. Maybe they had something. Maybe he thought if the N-Sig connects, they turn around and get the Lance recovery. I don't know. I don't play either of these weapons, so I'm going to let them have that idea in their head for what the combo was going to be.
Tax has got to be careful. He was searching for the weapon spawns. He was able to pick up that lance. A little bit surprised it didn't despawn in time, but he has to be so careful that it doesn't take too much damage. He was on the edge over against Sire, who's looking for the recoveries. The jump down airs, of course.
And
neutral Sig. That's going to send a 45-degree angle. Going to need quite a bit more damage. Sire doesn't fall for the second one, though.
Actually ends up getting the punish on tax evasion there. Another downer is going to tack on a bit more damage, and you can only imagine the next sider, the next heavy hit, is going to lead to that KO. Onto him, the recovery, like we were talking about, just sends him off the top there. Laz gets 1v2. He gets it right this time, and it's going to get him a seat in Grand Finals.
Third time is the charm from Vortex. Finally picks up that neutral signature. Also picked up 651 damage. I gotta look at the weapon breakdown from the live stats. If you want to put your eyes on the live stats, you can find it in Odin's Journal on the left side of Twitch. If you're not on Twitch, make sure to go to prostats.brawlhalla.com. That's probably it. We'll probably get there somehow. Let's look at this damage breakdown. Remy, 577 on that spear.
He's him.
Oh, I'm so glad he picked up that neutral signature. I'm so glad he picked it up to win the game as well.
It's a learning experience. Now he goes into his 30 damage on the axe, by the way. I just didn't know that was even possible. He's going to go into the next game with that knowledge that he has learned put in his head. And I'm hoping he's going to give us a good show here. Because
now,
it was a 3-1 for that loss, right? It was a 3-1 before
yes.
On that loss, sending them into the loser's bracket. Competition, guys. We want that game 5. We might even want that reset if the games look good.
Oh, there's potential for it coming out with this Bryn pick. Now, we don't know because, unfortunately, you cannot report characters in 2v2 for Start.gg. Start.gg, if you are listening. Microsoft, Billy Gates.
Get on it.
Come on, get it in
get
there
on
for
it.
us. We need it. He can't.
He needs it more than I do.
Yeah,
I need $1 million.
Please, I need
is
this.
what I need.
I need this.
We have different ones here.
You want $1 million. I want 2v2 reporting. We are not the same. So
I think my needs are more important.
So Sire Vortex, we don't know what they locked in their previous set against Himwe and Eero. I'm willing to bet that it wasn't leading with the Bryn the way that we didn't see it lead in the previous sets.
We have viewer vote.
Oh, let's check it out. Himwe and Eero with a big lead in this viewer vote, and it's getting bigger. If you're voting on the odds, boys, imagine how much it'll hit.
I feel like have we tried just skewing these? Like, if I just say, guys, vote for the other team, the 30%, does it go up? I want to see if it goes up.
Guys, vote for Siren. It's going down.
It's going I mean, like I said, I'm going to keep gambling. They don't have to agree with me. I'm going to do it. Back to 40.
Right. Okay, huge.
We have
huge. Make sure to get those votes in. Make sure to get your channel points in there. Every channel point better actually loses all their points right before they're about to hit it big.
Yep.
So never give up. Get it twisted, ladies and gentlemen, with your channel points here. Vote for who you want to win.
I have 0 channel points, but that 0 is going to become 1 as I keep watching.
Oh, yeah.
That 1 is going to become 2.
Oh, yeah.
2 to 4, 4 to 5. I don't know how I multiplied that into that number from 4 to 5. I think I just kept watching, so I got another 1. But eventually, I will have a lot of points.
Eventually. It will get there, ladies and gentlemen, and it will get to the grand finals, and it's already here. And we are seeing some strange picks coming out from this, of course. We see the Luke.
Is it too strange?
That's normal. We're seeing a Zariel come out. That's definitely different. And then we're seeing a Amethyst as well.
When we look at Zariel, what do we have? B6 grand finals. The Zariel pick did come out, I think, from Fozy. The Fozy Godly team made that character look extremely interesting because of that side stick with the grappling mechanics allows you to hit the opponent and your teammate, doesn't apply the force on the knockback to your teammate, allows you to get really interesting follow-ups and protection from your teammate. Like if they're getting hit, you go, all right, I'll just hit you both. You're going to get knocked out. My teammate's not. Let's see what they can do with it because Vortex so far has been on the Val, on the Bryn. Now it's Zariel, brings only the gauntlets with him.
So we saw some cannon at the end stages of the Australian tournament. It was a Sidra, and we're seeing some more cannon here. This time it's coming out from Himwe on the Amethyst. Of course, Eero coming in with the Azoth that we saw previously. So we have a nice mix of weapons here. We have some overlap with the gauntlets, some overlap with the axe, and then everything in between from some blasters, a cannon, a bow in there, some overlap with the bow as well. Almost on the GCD light from Himwe, not quite.
Yeah, we see that N-Stick being used to get back on stage there as an aggressive option. Actually works out as Himwe barely misses the D-Light. And we have a pretty even game on our hands here. There's the first of the side six to come out, and Sire picking up a sider on the back end of it. Going for that double edge guard, does not find it. Ero's going to make it back to the stage ever so slightly. The end stick comes out, and there's no punish to it.
So one of the things that it seemed like made Vortex and Sire kind of change up their team comp, go over on to that Brynn that we saw previously, was the extensions off stage where they ended up falling and SDing their stocks. That was sort of a gauntlet thing that they had going on.
Yeah.
Now, of course, they are using double gauntlets here as well. Sire didn't switch last set, but Vortex did away from it. So we'll see if he tries to extend off stage. He already started it on the right side early on in this set, but of course he didn't fall because of that.
Now, Sire continuously going for these little engagements, 1v1s on both sides here with Himway and with Eero. It looks like on Himway he was getting the winning end, switches over to Eero, and it's looking a bit harder. As I say that, he does get the team combo, gets the recovery. Doesn't take him off the top, and he's still there, saving his teammate and applying pressure on both for the double knockout with the blasters there. Luke, man, Sire, what are you doing? Can you teach me?
His downers are so good. He's able to find them in just the standard neutral game. He's able to find them in advantage on the main platform. He's able to find them off stage as sort of a get away from me tool. And he's able to find them as a spike. But as I say that, Vortex is going to fall, giving the 2v1 while Sire's in the red. All that comes out is a cannon down air from Himway bouncing off the main stage. It seems like they just want to split Sire away and then go for the 2v1 on a Vortex because he's on final stock.
They're trying to get as much... They're trying to get as much value onto Vortex as they can while zoning Sire away. They're saying, okay, if you're going to live this long, we're just going to try to keep you away, get as much damage on your opponent around, and try to win the 1v2 situation. Sire is finally going to lose that stock, though, and the rest of the board relatively even on this orange towards red.
Yeah, Sire's been doing a great job. Eero almost gets caught under the stage there, but he's able to make it back. Gets through the sider that Sire throws out. Again, they have to be careful.
And Sire hunting down Himway off the top left. Finally going to get that knockout for the second time in this game. A double knockout from Sire. He was in the paint that game.
Great cleanup there from this blue team at the end. It was looking a little tough early on, but then they really cleaned it up as we got towards the final moments. That down air, man, it's so good. With the bounce pass weapon toss off the wall to bonk Eero on the head. Another weapon toss to bonk on the head. Didn't need the bounce pass this time. That's Sire cleaning up 2 with weapon tosses.
Himway back on this Taros pick that we saw him open up with at when we opened up this this stream for you guys. He did a lot of work on it. Like we mentioned, we didn't see a lot of SIGs, but we saw even damage coming out from the weapons. We saw a lot of follow-ups for his teammate there. And we're seeing a lot of follow-ups come out here as we get that sideline air into the recovery. Doesn't find the axe recovery after, but the damage does show onto Vortex here. The side air is going to send so far. They're already looking to KO here. And Sire, he's just going for the 1v2 straight up. He says, I can do this. He sends them off to the right, and he fights while he can, but back in on stage, Himway is going to find that closing KO onto Vortex.
He might have to get those 1v2s warmed up the way Vortex is taking damage. Might find himself in a bad position here. Only takes about 2 hits while Sire was completely zoned away, but of course Vortex was the first person to lose first stock. Himway in a fantastic spot, only in orange, has all of this KO power coming out, but you're going to see a lot of damage added up very quickly. Great combo. They then turn their sights onto Eero, completely move him away. Down air on the edge again. He makes me feel like it's so easy. It makes me feel like I can do it, and I cannot.
The damage was coming through hard there. The KOs are finally going to meet up with them. Double knockout, well, not double knockout, individual knockouts for both of the blue team there. And Vortex took a bit of damage, but he hasn't taken too much more. The Silent Air is going to tag him a bit harder, but he's still in an okay spot. The side sig almost just KO'd. Sent
The way
him very far.
that Vortex jumped and got around behind Himway on that was beautiful.
You can see Sire positioning for these blaster down airs. They're starting again. Himway going to get a side air to close off Vortex's second stock, putting him on the last. A charged side sig is not going to KO Sire just yet.
He's getting zoned away. Lands on the platform with the side air. Splits up the red team just a little bit. Not quite KOing with the recovery. That did catch a bit of a nerf here recently, taking away some of that KO potential. Okay, Vortex. Both members of the red team are pretty close to one another.
The blue team is doing such a good job of dealing damage. It looks like the game is pretty even till the point where they have to close off the stocks. Bo has some knockout confirms, but they are very high damage knockout confirms. It's going to be hard to hit that downlight recovery, especially this deep in the red when they're expecting it. So they have to find a way to close off these stocks because that is the biggest detriment to their play right now.
Everybody on final stocks on this one, but it's kind of been the same story so far. The red team got their little bit of the lead by taking out Vortex first, and then they just have kind of held on to that ever since. Nice chase dodge coming out from Vortex, but he does eat that signature. Sire doing his best to kind of open up that landing for Vortex, clear that main field. Eero picks up the neutral air, sends off screen, but not to KO. Oh, that's going to KO off the top. Vortex out. Did he add up enough damage for Sire to clean this one up? No.
Sire couldn't even make it back to the stage. Forget the damage. The weapon throw is putting up too much pressure, and then the double edge guard just takes away the rest of his options. Ground pound from Eero is going to confirm that game one. And the story of that game was knockouts. Red team had him. Blue team simply did not.
Now, one of the things that you look for when you are a Teros player is, of course, knockouts. You have both weapons. High knockout potential on the weapons themselves. Of course, the signature kit. Of course, the stat kit. Everything that Teros has is knockout. It is knockout, knockout, knockout.
Now, Sparky, I just want you to look, if we get that graph back up anytime before the match starts,
real quick.
Gauntlet damage from both of them. At this point, you look at it and you go, okay, why do we need the Luke and the Zaryo locked in here? Because 14 damage on the gauntlets, 61 on the gauntlets for Luke. That gauntlet side sig was the sig I was telling you about. It's that sig that they lock in this character for. It's that double grab that prioritizes the enemy, and it's not getting work done here. The Luke is going to stay locked in, but the Kaya is now being brought into the situation. We saw a lot of bow gameplay come out from the Zaryo. It's going to stay the exact same. Add in that spear from the Bryn. We have a new team comp for us.
So coming in with this, one of the things that we really liked on Sire previously was, of course, his blasters, but also the gauntlets. He had a lot of momentum on the gauntlets. He was able to string his opponent all over the place. And then all of a sudden, that has just fallen off. He's still sticking with this one. Of course, Luke is still a fantastic pick and is a fantastic pick, will be a fantastic pick for an extended period of time, but could be getting soloed by Himwee's Teros.
Down sig from Vortex, probably going to be the first of many we see, and well, what we're seeing a lot of is side airs. Multiple sides here in a row, almost 5 there, and then gets the side sig on the later end of that. Another side sig going to come out. Eero says, you can knock me out, but I'm going to take your teammate with me before I come back to that stage. Sends into Himwee to get that other KO with the side sig, and the red team going to take the opening lead here, but not before taking a bit of damage for themselves. That damage is not going to matter, though, as these team combos are already adding up with a double axe.
So now I feel like I'm seeing where that 3-1 came from that Himwee and Eero picked up before. Now, we are only in Game 3. No reset potential just yet, but of course it is there. Vortex taking a lot of damage on his second stock. Sire taking even more, finds a KO there, but Eero and Himwee are going to spawn in at essentially the same time. Eero did take 2 hits. That's not going to hurt him too bad, of course. Himwee comes in, grabs a weapon immediately, starts swinging, splits Vortex away. Eero comes in, gets the stock on Sire so quickly, puts him on final.
Sire doing a lot of work with the gauntlets here. We were talking about how he couldn't find the footing with them before, but this game, he gets an early knockout on Himwee. Probably going to play a big factor on whether they can take this game off their hands.
If Eero throws out that side sig, you better be ready for a neutral light coming out on that bow. Every single time. Sire gets the hit on the Vortex, giving him the chase dodge, so he does survive that one.
Sire on the last footing here, especially against these two characters known for their KO potential. The weapon throw is going to stuff him out, but Vortex is there to apply the pressure, but it's just not enough as he falls on the left side of the Demon Island.
Vortex now staring down the barrel of a mighty 3 stocks of the red team.
If there's one person we've seen with the ability to do it, it is Vortex here, but Eero's just applying so much pressure, ground and air. The guy's a sweat beating out, and it's not like he's not getting these hits. It's not like he's not fighting for the ground, but Eero's doing just such a good job of keeping them both off their feet, honestly. Stomp Cider catches the recovery, and he knows that you see the dodge to the left. He says, fine, I'll give you that one. Take me into the next game already.
And that's the beauty of like the downlight option on the bow. Even the neutral light, with where Himwee was through his stock and with how Eero still had 2 stocks to his name, some of those neutral lights ended up hitting his teammate, but it really wasn't that bad in the long run because he's able to just throw them out so quickly, so quickly. It's not like Vortex was able to capitalize off of the stun that Eero put Himwee in because all of a sudden he's turned around, here comes a neutral light, and Vortex just gets hit by that.
Well, we're seeing our most volatile legend switch-ups so far from the blue team here. Taros and Bodvar is going to be the final card they play in this set point for them.
What
if they lose here,
pick.
they're going to be out of the tournament. If they win, they have another chance at resetting that bracket.
So last time we saw Sire play Bodvar was last week, you and me here on this desk, and it was Sire versus Himwe. And Himwe absolutely owned Sire in that mirror match, even forced Sire off of that by the time it was all over. So Himwe knows the ins and outs of this legend. He knows all the weaknesses, all the strengths, knows how to play with and against this legend.
Yep, Vortex, who's been looking good all night so far, is having a kind of trouble finding his footing on this Taros pick so far. Himwe has been showing him the ropes of the character, hitting him with the side stick earlier in this game, and at this point it is relatively even, especially with the kill potential of both the sides here. Anything could really knock out. Downlight recovery is going to take it for the blue team. From behind, they actually are the ones that are going to take the first two stocks here.
And that move over on the left side is why Hammer is still such a threat on the edge. You saw how close Vortex was willing to fall down, how close he was willing to get over to the blast zone so he could just reach up, send straight down, and get the KO.
Now Sire finally going to lose that stock, not before getting a few tags with the hammer there, adding up some damage onto Himwe. Heroes also taking a bit more damage, but relatively even the game is. Downlight ground pound is going to be the follow-up to the Axe Light, but it's not going to go unpunished. You wasted your dodge, and you're going to pay the ultimate price. Heroes with the crazy gimp. It's not going to be for free, though, as Vortex side airs him off the right side. One stock on both teams here. Himwe also going to lose that stock.
Dude, that was an orange KO. That was so early, and now Hero is in orange on final stock here. If Vortex picks up an Axe Cider in the right spot on the map, which wouldn't be too hard for him, he's already done it. We just saw him do it to Himwe. If he does that to Eero here, it seems like it's over. That neutral light was not the punish he needed to interrupt what Eero is doing to Sire.
That game, this game went from 0 to 100 very, very fast. Like, it went from completely even close knockouts to, hey, you're going to get gimped, but I'm going to also fall, and then my teammate's going to fall, and then we're going to come back and take you out instantly. And now everyone's sitting on one stock here. Sire is the one in danger the most. He's getting edge guarded by the bow. The ground pound is tried and true. He had options, but he just didn't think he'd go for it. Eero calls him out completely, and Vortex, trying to get this knockout on him, doesn't find the side stick he's looking for. The 1v2.
Oh, Vortex needs this 1v2. He's already done it several times today, but he hasn't done it against this team.
He's
the team that already took them out earlier. They are down 2-1 in this grand finals. Vortex needs to take this or else they lose the tournament. There's one. Can he get this stock on Himwe, the winner champion from just a week ago? They're in the mirror.
It's a 1v1 situation. The side air is going to clip off the top, but not KO just yet. That was an interesting option.
Bro, that was a Boomy sig right there. Sorry. Sorry, Boomy.
Side air, not going to connect. Himwe is too comfortable on the hammer. This is his weapon of choice, but Vortex doesn't care. He hits the Stomp Sarah, throws away the weapon, gets the GC sidelight. Is that going to be the end? It is. Vortex clutches up another 1v2, solidifying his spot as the best 1v2 player on the Southeast Asian server.
Might be the best 1v2 player on mini servers that we have here in Brawlhalla. But at least, hey, right now,
we'll see on Sunday if anyone can surpass his talent.
That's true. We know at least right now it is the best 1v2 player in this region. The award goes to Vortex. What a clutch to put this into a Game 5. Vortex and Sire are looking at a reset where they have to win another best of 5. Himwe and Eero are looking at a possible victory to take home the gold medal.
Now you're seeing we've been going into these games pretty fast. I've been having to call back for graphs because I know that these players want to play, but for the first time, they're taking a second to lock in here. And after some thinking, we have the Zuko coming back out. The Bodvar didn't do what he wanted to. The Taros did, but the Bodvar has to go. The Zuko, the Hattori is coming out here. The map bans are going through. We have couple flat maps. It's going to be the Apocalypse pick. What are you thinking about this Hattori pick into such high force damaging characters?
I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm a Sire fan, so right now I'm scared. I'm looking exactly what you said. We are opting into the defense stance, so that's going from 4 to 5, kind of middle of the road, which is where I believe you're going to be if you are just like default or anything that doesn't add or take away from defense if you're looking at Bodvar. But the Bodvar fell early. I don't know if that was a defense problem or just a way that Sire was playing against his opponent in that moment, because that second stock from Sire disappeared. It was almost impossible to see on the graph. You need a microscope to look at that.
Well, stats are a give and take situation. We've given up some defense, we've given up some force, but we have that speed, and he is using it very well to move around this map so far. You saw that just pure movement, dashes back from the Axe Sider, gets the downlight Sarah punish, and even though we talk about the defense, he's probably the healthiest one on the stage right now. Getting the most value out of his character, the downlight recovery, is going to have some more damage, and Vortex stomps him to the ground like a Goomba. Heroes, on the other hand, gets that follow-up KO, evening up the odds, and now he's getting edge-guarded by Sire here. The weapon throw is going to send him down lower, and he doesn't have enough to make it back.
So close. He was almost there. Himwee's going to throw out the D-Sig. No punish on it, and finds 3 unanswered hits onto Vortex.
5.
Oh, he's still going.
Oh, Vortex getting some hits back for himself, and that's the joy of Teros. You got 4, I got 4. We're completely even.
I'm liking the Teros gameplay from both of these players, from Himwee and Vortex.
Hero's
Meanwhile,
gonna go for the down air, bit desperate. Not the correct option in that situation. Stomp Sider doesn't find the side sig. The blue team has definitely woken up in this game 5 here. They're sitting on the lead. The Tori doing so much work. The weapon throw gets the dodge. GC downlight recovery is going to put red team both on their final stocks, and they're tagging on even more damage to Eros here.
The patience from Sire to just completely wait until he could find that jump GC D-light into the recovery was huge. Sire doing a great job here, was actually the final person to lose first stock despite being the lower defense in this game.
That move speed has insane value, especially in a game like this with these slower weapons. If you can just use that move speed to bait out options to just avoid slight hitbox differences, it's going to be key to you surviving here. As I say that, though, he's in the edge guard situation. He ends up making it back. He's going to flip it on his head. The sweat drops came out, so he's low on options. Flips it once again, and Sire is going to be the one taking the short end of the stick there.
That is the ground pound that Himwee wanted to hit the first time he hit the ground pound. Before, it ended up sending straight up because he hit the top side. That time it was 45 degrees down to the southeast that he grabbed because, of course, it was at that 45-degree angle on that axe ground pound. Himwee, a lot of damage on this stock. Same thing goes for Ero, except Ero's the one who's fighting a Teros.
The red team, they're going to have to do something special here. That is Hattori sending Azoth that far with a sword neutral air. Of course, Teros just takes you out on the first hit. The side sig, tried and true, a sig I know far too well, is also going to take the knockout, and we have a reset on our hands.
That's huge. That is absolutely huge. From what we saw, or we didn't really see, from what we saw looking at the bracket, it was a 3-1 in favor of Himwee and Ero over Sire and Vortex in the winners semifinals. That happened off stream. All of a sudden, it seemed like we were going to look at another 3-1 in the grand finals, but Vortex was able to clutch, giving them this game 5, and then Sire came through big time with the Hattori switch, putting out 567 damage.
Mostly sticking to that sword there. You're only seeing about 94 on the spear, but it's the same thing on his teammate side too, only 84 on the hammer. The bracket is reset. That means they have to, either team wins this best of 5, and they are going to be crowned the champions no matter whether they came from the losers or the winners side. They're both losers now in some regard. The character swaps have come through for Himwee and Ero. The Koji is out. The Rayman is out. The Hattori is still locked in here. Let's see what happens in this game.
Himwee doing a fantastic job of putting out quite a bit of damage onto Sire. They've now seemingly swapped dance partners as Sire picks up the side sig, turning it around, sending Ero over to the left side. He does have a bow in his hand now. Gets interrupted from the neutral air by Vortex's side air. Ero has to be so careful. He's done.
Side sig. Himwee getting a side sig of his own is going to keep this game even, and these two teams are so extremely close. You're not seeing KOs go untraded. Every single time someone takes a fall, their teammate is there to clutch up what is left for them. Sire going to get that KO there as Vortex fights his way back onto the map from the left side. Himwee back on the map, immediately applying pressure. They have this 1v2 situation here. The Gauntlets still do what they need to do in this situation. The N-Sig barely hits, and you can only imagine what that would have turned into.
That was still so much damage, even though they dropped that final hit with the signature, giving quite a bit more damage and that nice force dump to completely split up the red team. That was a lot of damage added up very quickly. Fantastic combo. Eero saw him fast falling to get away from that neutral signature. It's something I've been hit by way too many times in ranked.
The Bow is doing a lot of work against the Axe here, keeping it in the air, juggling it pretty well. Someone's recovery just got taken out. I think it was him. He's going to make it back, but I think Eero going to apply some pressure, helping that back on, is going to be the one that takes him out. As I was saying, bro, it's trades non-stop. Eero loses a stock on the map. He goes and he trades off Sire's stock for it. Immediately after, Vortex trades his stock for it. They're keeping it as close as possible. Vortex is the only one here on his second stock, and they're gunning for Sire on this right side.
He's still living despite it all. There's the recovery, takes Vortex off the top. Sire's gonna have to be so careful here. He's looking at an axe. It doesn't quite KO because Eero did not find the move to follow up off of it. Sire out of the game. Vortex yet again looking at a 1v2.
Now, Vortex in his element here at this point. We've seen him play better in these 1v2s than we've seen him in some of the games. This one, it's not looking too hot. The sword is applying too much pressure on the ground. The follow-up is there for the side air. The down sig's going to come out. We know this tail too well. Rayman puts that down sig out. You try to go below it. Eero's with the side sig is going to cover every single option. Really good team presence there, situation awareness, getting that KO off, getting that first game in the reset to their side.
Yeah, that edge guard at the end was really, really nice. They didn't put anything like off stage. That was just really oppressive. But they were guarding that corner. They guarded it far off the corner in the push-off column, then right on the corner with the neutral light. Then Himwe was up in the air in case Vortex wanted to go out, around, and above them over to that soft platform. But no, it was actually the side signature from Eero, just right over the corner using all of the range. Perfect positioning.
And before anyone can get too comfortable, we've already got a full swap of the blue team here. We've got the Bryn coming back out, and we've got the Val coming out.
So now we know. We're on Miami Dome. We've already seen this hit before. So if the neutral light comes out from the Val gauntlets, we know that if there's a spear in the Bryn's hand, it's going to be a neutral sig. No,
it will be a neutral sig.
No, Ruby, no, please. Don't say it. You just manifested it. Oh, no. Oh,
he's not even, why are you even worried about the neutral sig coming out? They have other ideas. They won't even let him have the chance to play with the spear. He's already back on spawn and picked up the axe. Maybe he can find better use of that weapon.
That was a 15-second orange KO. We're going to need a microscope or a telescope or maybe the James Webb Space Telescope. I don't know. We're going to need some serious technology if we want to see that tiny little spot on the graph.
And we still with these gauntlets that got him that first KO. We'll call him his lucky gauntlets. He just threw them away. And it's back to the axe. We've seen him do so much work with these. The end sig comes out. It's not going to connect. And Eero is going to lose his first stock there. The combo game is not where they want it to be. The recovery from Himwe has taken him off the top. And he's still kind of healthy on the stock. He's doing a lot of work here. Another side air is going to net them a huge lead.
Dude, you just heard dominating. We're like 1 minute and 5 seconds into this game, and Himwe has already found 3 stocks. You're going to hear him shut down, but that's because he was dominating. He took every stock so far in this game. At minimum, he will take half of the stocks from the blue team, and I don't think it's going to stop there. You see with that recovery, almost taking Sire off the top. Eero charging that one up. Sire's not going to fall for it.
He's playing gauntlets. He's playing axe. This character lock-in is just perfect for him, it seems. No matter what weapon he has in his hands, you're just seeing hitboxes come out. You're seeing follow-ups on himself and on his teammate. Just so much work getting done from Himwe so far in this game. Eero, he's there. He's keeping the pressure up where he needs to be, sending them into him. That unarmed recovery is going to take Sire off the top and put them both on one stock. As I say that, though, Vortex falls a bit too early, probably just because of what happened on that first stock. That graph you were mentioning about, we have to see it because that stock was completely robbed from him.
Oh, Eero, just back off. You gotta let him. We have the ace. He's taken 5 stocks. You can't ruin the ace here. He's your teammate. You gotta just let him cook on this one.
Sidelight comes out, doesn't find the nair. Weapon throw.
Himwe. Oh, he's looking so clean. He gets all 6 stocks. He says his teammate, get out of here. I'm going to grab all 6.
Damage.
incredible gameplay from Himwe. That swap to Rayman. Oh my goodness, Remy.
That's just something. That game. That's like you get a reset and then you just come in 0 damage on spear. You get a reset, you come into this game and you're like, wait, what did we just do? We gotta get out of here.
Okay, so since you are one of the best 2v2 players of all time.
In history, all time, forever will be, yes.
You have probably been on the Himwe Eero side of this where you end up getting reset and then all of a sudden you come into it very next game confident. It's like that reset never happened. This is what's supposed to happen all along.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
It's usually when that happens to you, it just hit you that the longer you play, the less you're in bed. So you're trying to go take a nap. So you really get woken up and you're like, I gotta get out of here. Like, I really have other stuff to do. And that is what they're doing here because these games are going by fast. I don't even think we saw the graph for that, but that stock was like, yeah, like that. It was gone.
It was so quick.
They're trying to. They're playing to get out of here at this point. The Legend swaps across the board are out. We got the Toy back in. It was probably the most dominant performance we saw from Sire tonight. And we have the Luke come back out. Those blasters were doing a lot of work before the Rayman trying to was going to stay in. Black Knight, he just won, but he didn't think he did enough on that Koji pick. He says, all right, you carried me in that game. I have a secret pick I'm going to pull out for you here, so we're going to see it for the first time tonight.
Yeah, it seems like we're seeing from the blue team, they're picking their most like outstanding performance legends. We saw, in terms of like the entire game, the average of the game, Vortex, some of the strongest play we saw was on the Hattori pick once he swapped over to the Zuko. We might have been worried about the sort of low to sort of mid defense, given that he's using the defense stance, but then all of a sudden that worry was taken away. Sire, of course, the blasters play has been amazing on the Luke. The knockout potential has been amazing on the gauntlets as well. So they're trying to pick the best of the hits.
Vortex is just having a hard time into Himwe all night. It's like he has his number. As he loses that stock again, it felt like Himwe was on him the entire time. Sire is doing what he can to stem the bleeding, but it's not going to be enough if Vortex loses that stock again like that. You see him kind of slowing it down now, only in the yellow, getting good damage on Eero, trying to send him off to the left side as Vortex plays the stage for him.
Oh, doesn't quite get the side sig. Both side sigs actually missing. One from Vortex, one from Eero. The second side sig from Vortex is going to miss as well. They got to stop Himwe from running wild. You let him go, he's going to take so much from your team, but he's not going to take the first stock. It's actually going to be Eero grabbing that one. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But we're at a point in the game where Vortex is already in the red on second stock, and Himwe is just losing his first. There's the D-Light side light, of course, the standard blasters low damage combo.
He tried for it. He committed to the double recovery there, tried to get Eero off the top. He knows that his stock isn't worth too much more. Try to do what he can with it, but he doesn't end up finding it now. He's low on jumps again. He's still fighting with this stock here. The weapon throw into the Sire is beautiful. Goes for the edge guard, gets the ground pound, and does confirm it off stage. Suddenly, the blue team is back into the lead, back into this fight.
Sire did end up hitting his teammate, and you just can't. You can't fight Himwe up there. He already took your stock in next to no time. That already happened previously. Just don't go anywhere near there. Try to land.
Is what do you abuse about this player? He has the gauntlets, he looks crazy. He has the axe, he looks crazy. He's up in the sky, he looks crazy. He's off stage, he looks crazy. On stage, he's crazy. What do you do of a player of this caliber? Himwe really showing you why he won that tournament last week. He wants this one again. He doesn't care if you get an early knockout on his teammate. He's doing work for both of them. The down six getting charged. It's not going to find anything.
Fantastic.
Sire committing to this edge guard. Vortex there to confirm the ground pound, but Eero does get back on stage here, and this Orion pick hasn't done a lot so far. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's mostly just been Himwe running around and going absolutely crazy. Everybody is in the red. Eero's on final stock, Vortex on final stock, Sire on final stock. This story is not the same for Himwe. Don't go up there. Okay, Eero. There you go. He heard you. He wasn't doing anything, so he's going to come in, throw a D-Sig, end up hitting his own teammate. But it seems like the red team is poised to take this one. Can the blue team get this stock? Yes, they can.
Nice GC sidelight into the recovery from Sire is going to give them this 1v2 opportunity, but they're so very damaged. The GC side sig is going to be the first to take out Sire on the right side. Vortex has to win this 1v1 situation here. Can he do what Sire couldn't last week? Can he stop the unstoppable Himwe? Himwe taking it slow, just jittering across the map, not going to commit to anything yet.
Oh, he's feeling it. He's definitely feeling confident in this moment, and that's why all he needed was that one hit to secure the game, secure the tournament. Himwe.
700 damage twice in a row in the reset of Grand Finals. This is a player here to win.
Cody Travis? Shades of Cody Travis?
I don't even know who that is anymore.
That's
I'm
true.
repping Himwe
That's
from now
true.
on.
Himwe and Ero are your SCA 2v2 Winter Champions. That means Himwe is your unified 1v1 and 2v2 SCA Winter Champion, adding 2 gold medals to his name in 2 weeks.
This guy, I mean, Southeast Asia has always been the region where it's like competitive in amongst themselves, right? We had that Tiger era for a while, and then all these new names came in. This guy, I'm gonna remember his name. I think he's here to stay. He's looking very dominant last week and this week. They did get reset on, but even in those reset games, we saw him grinding out that damage, putting in that work, and when the reset came through, he said, I've had enough of this. Let's win and get out of here. He looked very well. Characters picks coming out from every single part, both sides, just going through the motions, going through every single character they had in their pool. Very amazing Grand Finals here. Himwe, congrats. Ero, congrats on your victory.
And congratulations to everybody else that played today, of course. Congratulations to Sire and Vortex, who came in 2nd place, and then Tax Evasion and Laz, who came in 3rd. We got some big moves happening in Southeast Asia right now. Like Remy said, it's not just the Tiger show anymore. Who knows? It might be the Himwe show now. Could be the Vortex show later on. Could be Sire. Could be Vortex, could be Reaper, could be so many different players. This is just the beginning of this year, and really, it's just the beginning of our 2v2 Winter Championship weekend. Remy, what do we got tomorrow?
Tomorrow we have Europe duking it out early in the morning, and then later in the day we've got South America duking out in the 2v2s. We got big names in both those regions, and don't forget Sunday coming in back in North America. You got big names in that tournament as well, names you all know and love. So make sure you join us this entire weekend. Stack up your viewership rewards, your Odin's Journal points. Everything is set up for you guys here in Twitch. Make sure you watch the stream, interact with all of the chat and all that good stuff. It's going to be an amazing Winter Championship weekend.
Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure to catch it tomorrow morning with EU. We'll see you then.
Without more hitboxes, is that going to connect them what they need in this game? Because like you said, Laz is living healthy, the Cider and the N-Stick
have the option. It seems like you need to practice that a little bit more. That's really important when you're in these.
But he gets a bit more damage on himself on the way back to the map, but he is very, very much in danger. Sire gets the downlight Sare, sent off into the blast zone. The edge guards are coming through the down that he just needs to wet that one good hit on Jerry K. Dot has no jumps, no options left. You saw the sweat beats come out. The side stick's gonna close that up, and he's gonna keep Jerry K away. Get the side combo now.
Ooh, just a little bit too far away.
Does he have the oomph to do what Vortex did before?
No, not anymore. Okay.
Team here. Sire kind of relaxed on the oranges. Everyone enters the red. The Cider on the active. Next Cider, next time hit is gonna lead to that KO onto the recovery. Like we were talking about, just sends him off the top there. Laz gets one.
There it is!
And right this time. Harder as I say that he does get the keep combo, gets the recovery. Doesn't take him off.
Bro, it's down there. Picked up 2.
Saving his teammate and applying
there. In fact, he gets through the Cider that Sire throws out. Again, they have to be careful.
Sire hunting.
KO off the top. Vortex out. Did he add up enough damage for Sire to clean this one up?
Both off their feet on it. Cider catches the recovery and he knows the fall from the action light, but is not going to go unpunished. You wasted your dodge and you're going to pay the ultimate price. Himwe is too comfortable on the hammer. This is his weapon of choice, but Vortex doesn't care. He hits the Stomp Sire, throws away the weapon, gets the GC sidelight. Is that going to be the end? It is something special here. That is notorious and he pays off that far with the sword. There, of course, Arrow just hits you on the first hit.
No, Ricky, no, please. Don't say it. You just manifested it. Oh, no. Oh, that. He's looking so clean.
Now, he's low on jump again. He's still fighting with his stock here. The weapon throw into the Sire's beautiful. Goes through the edge guard, gets the ground power, and suddenly the blue team is back in the lead, back into this fight.
Sire did end up hitting his.
And he stopped the unstoppable Himwe taking it slow. Jittering across the map, not going to do anything yet.
He's definitely feeling confident in this moment.